Well, good evening, everyone. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the Tuesday, April 19th, 2022 meeting of the Boulder City Council, live and in person for the first time since 2021. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back. Great to be here. And just so we did, the council and staff are present in the room, and members of the public will still be interacting virtually, but in a month from now, we will be welcoming the public into the room as well. And then just a quick reminder to my city council colleagues, make sure to unmute your microphone and keep it near your face when speaking into it. Sometimes it can be hard for the public to hear us if we don't speak directly into the microphone. I will do my best at that as well. Okay, well, we are going to start with a couple announcements. First, about COVID-19 vaccinations. For information and provider locations for free COVID-19 testing, go to boco.org/COVID testing. And the Boulder site for that is 2445 Stasio Drive, open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And for vaccine information and provider locations, go to boco.org/COVID vaccine. Our other announcement for this evening is about 2022 boards and commissions recruitment. Annual recruitment for most boards has closed, but we are still recruiting for the following boards due to an insufficient number of applications being received. And those are the Beverage Licensing Authority, the Boulder Junction Access District Parking and Travel Demand Management, the Board of Zoning Adjustment, Cannabis Licensing Advisory Board, Design Advisory Board, Downtown Management Commission, Library Commission, and University Hill Commercial Area Management Commission. So applications will be accepted until further notice, and you can find descriptions and vacancies online at bouldercolorado.gov/boards-commissions. If you have any questions or need assistance, please contact our very friendly city clerk's office at cityclerksoffice@bouldercolorado.gov. All right. Well, with that, I'm going to go ahead and formally call us to order and request a motion to amend the agenda to add item C, which is an update on the library district meeting with Boulder County Commissioner Claire Levy and Mayor Brockett.
Mayor?
Yes.
We have
roll
to do
call.
our roll call.
Let's do the roll call first. Thank you.
That's okay. We're all back in, back. The band is all back together.
Yeah,
so it's
gotta
good
get
to
used
see
to the rhythm.
everybody. Yeah, it's good to see everybody. All right. Good evening again, everyone. Councilmember Benjamin.
Happy to be present in person.
Mayor Brockett.
Here and glad to be back.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Here.
Councilmember Joseph.
Present.
Spear.
Present.
Wallach.
It's been a long time. Present.
Good to see you, sir. Weiner.
Present.
And Yates.
Delighted to be here.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thanks so much, Alicia. So, as I was saying before, I would welcome a motion to amend the agenda to add item 6C.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second, and wow, we can actually raise physical hands now. So, all in favor? All right, that's unanimous. The motion is agenda to add item 6C. All right, now we have a Boulder Community Health Day declaration of 100 years to be presented by Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
And is this, I'm just reading it off my computer, right? Not standing? Okay, well, it is my honor to read this declaration as follows. Local access to a comprehensive range of medical services has always been integral to the health and wellness of residents of the city of Boulder. Community leaders and citizens of the city of Boulder recognized more than a century ago the need for Boulder Valley residents to have a community-owned, locally governed hospital. The nonprofit Community Hospital Association of Boulder was established on April 1922 to construct and operate such a community-owned, locally governed hospital. A group of local doctors donated the privately owned 15-bed North Boulder Hospital to the Community Hospital Association in 1922, converting it into a community-owned facility. A renovated and expanded Boulder Community Hospital with 45 patient beds was opened in 1926. Boulder Community Hospital has methodically expanded its services and facilities decade by decade to meet the evolving needs of the city's growing population. Generations of Boulder families have directly benefited from the medical skill and personal compassion of Boulder Community Hospital's doctors and nurses. Generations of Boulder families, of Boulder residents have been employees of, volunteers at, and donors to Boulder Community Hospital. In 2014, Boulder Community Hospital adopted a new name, Boulder Community Health, to better reflect its evolution into a regional healthcare network with an expansive range of services spread across Boulder County. Oh, hang on, I'm scrolling here. The heroic frontline staff at Boulder Community Health selflessly put their own health at risk over the past 2 years to keep local families safe and healthy during the COVID-19 pandemic. Boulder Community Health now encompasses 2,000 employees, 700 physicians and other clinicians on its medical staff, and 200 volunteers. Boulder Community Health remains one of only two independent health systems in the whole state of Colorado. So we, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declare April 19, 2022 as Boulder Community Health Day in recognition of the vital services that the doctors, nurses, and other staff at Boulder Community Health have provided and continue to provide for the families of our community. So huge thanks to Boulder Community Health for all that they do for our community.
Thanks so much for that, Rachel. And so today is their actual 100th birthday, so they're off having a lovely celebration in person. So no one is here to respond directly except they recorded a video message. So if we could get that teed up, that would be fantastic.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Robert Vissers, President and CEO of Boulder Community Health. And I'd like to take this moment to extend my sincere thanks to Mayor Brockett, Council Member Friend, and the Boulder City Council, and to the entire Boulder community for helping BCH celebrate our centennial anniversary. Since 1922, we've grown from a small town hospital to a regional healthcare network with locations across Boulder and Broomfield counties. We've grown alongside our community, driven by a dedication to increase access to the highest quality care for all Boulder Valley residents. I, along with the BCH leadership team, our medical staff, our employees and partners and volunteers, are honored by the reading of this proclamation, which names today, April 19th, Boulder Community Health Day. We take this milestone as an opportunity to reflect on our incredible past, recognize our present, and look ahead to an even brighter future. Thank you for letting us care for you and your families, and for helping us celebrate a century of caring for the communities we serve.
Great. Thanks for that from Dr. Vissers. Okay, so now we are going to move into open comment. And Brenda, will you be giving us the guidelines tonight?
I will. Oh, sorry, Mayor. I will. Thank you. John, if you could pull up the slides, please, that would be helpful. We're putting John through his paces tonight. And share on Zoom as well. Thank you so much. So as many of you know, the city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for our community members, for staff, and for council, as well as—
Brenda, I'm sorry to interrupt. If you can hear me, we can't hear you in Zoom.
Thank you so much,
You
Sarah.
appears to be unmuted, but we can't hear you. Would you like me to do the instructions? Give me
yes.
a thumbs up if you would. Okay. Hi, Zoom audience and open comment speakers. This is Sarah Huntley calling in on this meeting. I'm the Director of Communications and Engagement. So as many of you know, the city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. We're trying to support the physical and emotional safety for everybody involved in our democratic process. For more information about this vision, You can check out our website where we have some information about how it was created and some of the community feedback that has gone into this process, as well as some of our internal staff feedback. So we have a number of guidelines that we'd like to just propose tonight. If you could go to the second slide, please. I'm not sure that I can. Thank you. So there are some rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code, again, intended to support this vision. We're asking that all remarks and testimony be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech or behavior that disrupts or impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. And we do ask people to use sign up to speak and use the name in Zoom that they are commonly known by. You do have to display your whole name, and we are currently only accepting audio testimony online. And with that, hopefully, Brenda will be able to unmute our speakers. I do appreciate everybody's patience tonight, as this is our first in-person council with our public and with some new technology that we've put in to try to make the process be a little more seamless. So we're learning as we go. Thank you for your patience.
All right, thanks for that, Sarah. All right, our first three speakers, and by the way, you get 2 minutes each, are Patrick Murphy, Morgan Parsons, and Sherry Hack.
I'm waiting for the slide. My name is Patrick Murphy. I've lived in Boulder 52 years. This presentation is about Boulder climate action continuing to ignore wind source and RECs. The utility occupation tax is a carbon tax, and over time Boulder has collected over $88 million in carbon taxes, and more than half of that was never used for real carbon reduction. And the $4 million of carbon tax that is collected each year and not used for carbon reduction could enable all Boulder residences and businesses to be 100% renewables today using wind source incentives. For 11 years, wind source has been denigrated, and that includes today. Renewable energy certificates, also known as RECs, have been denigrated by Boulder, and that's ludicrous. RECs stimulate the renewables industry, and we should be buying them directly now to meet our climate goals. On January 10th, Carolyn Elam made the following ludicrous statement, quote, "A renewable energy certificate or attribute that doesn't come with emissions reduction or displacement of fossil fuel doesn't meet our criteria for our community," end quote. There is no such thing as a REC that doesn't do both. The Boulder Excel Advisory Panel is a little bit good, but also a prime example of just a symbolic checkbox filled with misdirection that puts blinders on solutions such as wind source and RECs that can reduce carbon now. The panel exhibits endless wheel spinning that, in my opinion, focuses on leftover muni goals guided by leftover muni employees. We need less talk and more immediate action. The quarterly meetings are glacial in velocity, with clear avoidance of cost-benefit analysis. Time is one of the largest costs. Are we spending money and time for paychecks or carbon reduction? The planet burns, floods, and dies as Boulder fiddles with climate change for over a decade.
Thank you, Patrick. Now we have Morgan Parsons, Sherry Hack, and Charles Brock.
Hi and good evening to the Boulder City Council members. My name is Morgan Parsons and I'm a resident of Boulder County. I appreciate being virtual today and having the opportunity to tell you all why I think instituting a guaranteed income program is important. People can't budget themselves out of poverty. Giving cash to Boulder's low-earning residents is just one way the City Council can help provide for those in need. Other cities have implemented similar projects and have found great success. The Stockton Economic Empowerment Demonstration in Stockton, California, found that just distributing $500 a month to residents helped increase full-time employment and allowed those individuals to pay for more unexpected expenses. These payments, combined with opportunities to utilize financial literacy programs and connections with Boulder Small Business Development Center, can help participants start new businesses gain new skills, and even help them navigate more gainful employment. Finally, as more recommendations and studies are being done on the project, I'd like to mention that I believe all low-earning Boulder residents should be considered for the Guaranteed Income Project, including formerly incarcerated folks. The Criminal Justice Research Organization has found that formerly incarcerated people face higher rates of housing instability and unemployment that other non-incarcerated people of similar age do not. The Guaranteed Income Program could help these individuals readjust and will give them the opportunity to help family members and themselves. I'm looking forward to seeing more of the research on the Guaranteed Income Project, its future implementation, and appreciate the time to speak with you this evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Morgan. Next, we have Sherry Hack, Charles Brock, and Jay Alowski.
Dear City Council, what would you like your legacy to be during your tenure on City Council? Do you want to be known as the City Council who allowed development on the last natural wetlands in Boulder County under the guise that it's good for flood mitigation? CU South will destroy wildlife and make traffic unbearable in South Boulder, especially in the case of an evacuation like we had for the NCAR fire, where traffic was gridlocked. And speaking of fires, what is causing them and what's being done about it? There's another fire today in North Boulder. Or do you want to be known as the City Council that was so soft on crime that Boulderites are hesitant to come down to our crown jewel of Pearl Street anymore, or use the bike paths or enjoy the city parks because they've been physically and verbally assaulted by criminals who run amok without fear of consequences for their actions? How long before major employers and businesses leave town, like Amazon and others have done in Seattle, because their employees don't feel safe working downtown anymore? What will this do to the tax base? Or do you want to be known for the vagrant disregard of our beautiful natural environment that is being used as a hazmat trash dump for illegal campers, not to mention the creek being used as an open-air toilet? Happy 2022 Earth Day, everyone. But here's something you want to consider. You might be the City Council that really got the citizens of Boulder politically aware, because once you're a crime victim, you wake up and become acutely aware of what's happening in this town. And what's happening is that we have a public safety crisis, an ecological crisis, and a political crisis right here, right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Next, we have Charles Brock, Jay Alowski, and Evan Ravitz.
So we're working on bringing up Mr. Brock's presentation. We just had a technical glitch. So if you want to move, if it's okay with Mr. Brock, we can move to the next speaker while we're working on bringing up his presentation, or he's welcome to speak without his presentation.
I'll wait, thanks.
Okay, thank you for your flexibility. So we have Jay Alowski.
Oh, I'm unmuting. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hey, how you guys doing today? Thank you again for having me speak to City Council. I really appreciate it, guys. I really appreciate all the hard work everybody's been doing towards trying to figure out how we do the parklet seating for downtown. You know, as you consider this decision, you know, one of the things to think about is, you know, the real stakeholders are the ones that are, you know, actually signed on the leases, the ones that are personally liable for the places that they rented, the loans they took out, and all the things that they signed up for. And so I'd really appreciate if you guys, you know, consider, you know, the property owners, the tenants that have all put their lives on the line to be able to do business in downtown West Pearl Street. Also, you know, to be considered are the locals who support us during the winter months, not only during the tourist months. The tourists will always be here, but you know, a lot of us rented on West Pearl Street because of we could get the locals to come downtown. And you know, it's that old saying that that they use in the real estate business: location, location, location. Well, for us, you know, it's the location of pedestrian traffic, location of drive-by traffic, location of parking. And you know, the majority of the businesses on Pearl Street, West Pearl Street, would like to have all that back, because it does influence of how well we've done business over the past, in my case, over 34 years now. As we've seen over the years, historically, restaurants don't do very well on the bricks because of the perception and the reality of inaccessibility. Furthermore, expand, if we were to develop and to expand more seating for outside, a lot of our places were only built to handle the original footprint that we have for our restaurants. So that would add another added expense for us to be able to further take care of customers if we were to have more customers that were dining on the outside. And I don't think we should overlook as well the elderly and the handicapped that are having trouble accessing West Pearl Street as well. All the surveys that we've done during the pandemic, I thought it was a great deal for us to be able to have the outdoor dining. But remember how it was before the pandemic. It was packed downtown. West Pearl was very vibrant. And I would like to see the city be excited about seeing West Pearl getting back opened again, especially since we spent so much money in the past few years, about 7 or 8 years ago, about beautifying the downtown walking area on West Pearl Street. So,
Jay, your time is up, but we really appreciate your testimony.
Mayor,
yes.
We have Mr. Brock's presentation ready to be shown.
Great, let's bring that up. And Charles, you're up.
Great, thanks. My name is Chuck Brock. I'm a member of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Hi, Tara. But I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Community Cycles Advocacy Committee. And we'd like to draw your attention to CU's Hotel and Conference Center. As you know, construction is going to begin later this year, and Community Cycles is concerned about some aspects of the traffic patterns that are planned for this development. So there currently are plans for 2 access points.
So Chuck, I apologize, but actually the presentation is not up. At least I'm not seeing it.
I'll keep going and you can look at it afterwards.
Okay, well,
that's fine.
Apologies for the issues. Go ahead.
That's all right. So they're currently planning 2 access points. One is off of University.
There we go.
And the other, there it is on Grandview at Broadway. And the problem is the Grandview entrance, which crosses 2 lanes of traffic, a sidewalk, and a Broadway multi-use path. And at this point, if you're familiar with it, the path is sharply downhill, which leads to some pretty high bicycling speeds. And if you're pulling out of the property and getting onto Broadway going northbound, the angle from Grandview uphill is sharper than a right angle, more like 110 or 120 degrees. And they're also planning bus access. And we'd also like to point out that visitors to Boulder will not be familiar with our multi-use paths or cyclists and are not really going to know what to do around the multi-use path. So this is an obvious danger zone, and we really think it should not be permitted. And we believe the city has control over the connections of this development to the city streets. And so we'd like you to ask the city manager to identify who's making traffic decisions on this project and to try to get them to make changes to the design. And specifically, we believe the access by vehicle should only be on the south end of the property from University at 13th. And there should be emergency vehicle access only allowed at Grandview. And Vision Zero really means predicting dangerous conditions like this and preventing them before they can cause serious injury or death. And we really believe this design will lead to such crashes. So thanks for listening and for your action on this issue.
Thanks for that, Chuck. And because of the technical difficulties, if you wouldn't mind emailing us that diagram, that would be great. Okay, now we go to Evan Ravitz, Lynn Siegel, and Maura Dudley.
Hi, Evan Ravitz, North Boulder. People need to know that the city is finally allowing both online and paper petitions for initiatives and referenda after last year's debacle when they forced us to choose. But the city is refusing to notify us of this change. Only the new Boulder Reporting Lab has told the people. Within weeks of the start of the pandemic, Boulder implemented online permits for developers, builders, etc., and notified us using all media. The city proudly serves business, but is still fighting online petitioning, documented at tinyurl.com/petition story. Nobody in 5 years has publicly testified against online petitioning, against fixing last year's problem, or against telling us the problem is fixed. So it is dark money and power that is manipulating our government. The big suspects who can control the city but fear empowered voters are, number one, the Chamber of Commerce, which emails show worked directly with the former city manager behind council's back to get East Boulder declared a Trump opportunity zone, thus subsidizing gentrification. Two, the Downtown Boulder Partnership, whose board member proudly told me Downtown Boulder runs the city. And three, big oil and gas, which spent about $100 million fighting ballot initiatives for drilling setbacks and to make initiatives much harder. The Denver Post published their editorial against direct democracy and online petitioning and refused my editorial for them. So people, and that should include the city, let
Evan,
people
your time
know
is up, but thank you for your
citizen
testimony.
proposals are easy.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Lynn Siegel, Maura Dudley, and John Banishak.
Consent item 3G, no on water and sewer. Not my tax dollars until you have capped enrollment at CU and put in a 500-year flood mitigation system there. The 42-inch interceptor and has 12 outlets to it, and this is a lot of money going into water and sewer infrastructure that I don't want going in there when we haven't got protection for it, when we're gonna have a 500-year flood and we are all gonna be swimming in SHIT because the storm sewer and the water connects and you get sewer mixed in with everything. Call it up check-in on 4B. No on the Best Western Hotel. The city of Boulder needs its hotels. There are 1,900 students being accommodated on Hotel Road. That takes away our tax dollars, and then you come begging for a library district with county money and with my property tax money. No way. Sales tax revenue can do it if you weren't giving it away to the students at CU. We need to cap enrollment. We're losing all of our people, city manager, planning director 2 times. These recruitments are expensive for the transportation director. You know, this is a ship going down, Boulder is. You need to do things the right way, which means cap enrollment at CU, largely, no CU South, and no on the East Boulder subcommunity. The missing middle is exactly what we're doing is wealth inequity. The middle is missing anyway, and we just get higher income housing and lower income housing, and we can never, ever, ever keep up at $1,000 a square foot for Apple in East Boulder at Flatirons Business Park. The bike racks up at CU, they're gone. That's because they want places for all the students to sit for their 80,000 student campus that they have proposed.
Lynn, your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Maura Dudley, John Banishak, and Ashlyn Duthorn.
Hi, Maura Dudley. I'm still for the library district and building more housing, but I'm going to talk tonight about West Pearl and outdoor dining. The newly car-free blocks of West Pearl have been a wonderful addition to the downtown, and I hope it becomes permanent. I'll quickly say that my experience with the outdoor dining on the car-free areas of downtown have meant lovely evenings of seeing people face to face and running into people and having conversations and just feeling like our community is a little smaller and closer. The outdoor dining on streets that still have car traffic are not quite as appealing. So opening the west end to cars, but keeping the outdoor dining, to me, undermines what makes that area so nice right now. Obviously, every city gets to decide which streets are for cars and which are for people, but as the climate crisis gets worse, we're going to need to do many things quickly, including encouraging less car use. So having space downtown that's explicitly not for cars sends the message that we want people to use other modes to get downtown as much as they are able, and encourages visitors to stay downtown without renting a car. I'll run through a couple bullets based on what's in the report that you're going to look at tonight. if we're doing a 5-year pilot, the infrastructure should have some aesthetic guidelines throughout downtown. It's obviously a little ad hoc right now. If you go the route where the city owns the infrastructure, it would be great if it's varied for restaurant preference, but maybe there could be some that would be not just for businesses, but also for public space. And at the end of the pilot could be sold or repurposed. I really hope that you're including lots of people from the disability community to address access issues. And I really think there should be public space between 9th and 11th, not just restaurant outdoor dining. And in reading the report, I want to point out that some businesses say that not having enough parking is a challenge on West Pearl, but it's unclear if that's actual data or anecdotal. Business owners often just hear the most troublesome parts. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Maura. Next, we have John Banashak, Ashlyn Duthorn, and Sydney Anderson.
Good evening, council members. The survey itself that was presented relating to the outdoor dining update was skewed in favor of closure and expansion, as was the reporting itself. On page 8 of the report, it states that nearly half of all businesses indicated they would prefer West Pearl to remain closed to vehicle traffic after the emergency orders end in August, as displayed in illustration 5. So their illustration 5 depicts that 41% of the restaurants would support keeping West Pearl closed, and 50% of the other businesses. However, more than half of the businesses support opening West Pearl. If you look at illustration 5, once again, there is 59% of the restaurants support opening West Pearl, and 50% of the retail restaurants, the retail businesses support opening West Pearl. And I think that that's just illustrates the bias and the skew in the survey and in the reporting itself. And if you look at the citizen comments, there are many comments that relate to that. Similarly, to compare the impact of the West End closure and outdoor dining on business, that's really comparing the expanded dining and closure compared to no indoor seating, pandemic conditions, which is not a fair comparison. Of course, it was helpful at the beginning. Closing West Pearl Street for 5 years is far too drastic a change to make without overwhelming support from the business and property owners. Tremendous capital investments were made, assuming that the parking and access, and here more than half of the businesses do not support continued closure. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Ashlyn Duthorn, Sydney Anderson, and Margaret Lecomte.
Thank you, Mayor Brockett, and thank you, council members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ashlyn Duthorn, and I am a student at CU and resident of Boulder. I'd like to use my time to speak about the urgency of implementing a free citywide bus program. As a student, I'm lucky enough to have an RTD college pass, which is paid for through student fees and allows me to use RTD transportation for free. This pass proved to be an invaluable asset earlier this year when I was unexpectedly without a car for some time and had to rely solely on public transportation and ride-sharing services. As I'm sure you are aware, the cost of ride-sharing services continues to increase, and it's too unsustainable for most people to rely on consistently. As a result, most people use either personal passenger cars or public transportation like buses. This would not be the case, however, if people have to pay exorbitant fees for bus transportation. While I do not think that the fees are unnecessarily high right now, I do think that even a small fee deters users who have other modes of transportation available. Because Boulder prides itself on being an example of a sustainable community, I think it should commit to more initiatives to cut emissions of greenhouse gases and other pollutants by getting cars off of the road. According to the U.S. Department of Transportation, transportation accounts for 29% of U.S. greenhouse gas emissions, and a passenger car carrying one person emits 89 pounds of carbon dioxide per 100 miles, while a full bus emits only 14 pounds per passenger. This means that if just one driver switched to taking public transportation, it could reduce the household carbon footprint by 8.1%. Given the urgency of taking actions to combat climate change, getting cars off of the road is a goal of the cities, which I think should be taken seriously and prioritized. In order to continue the city's very respected and necessary green initiatives, I encourage the council to implement, or at the very least, study a free citywide bus program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ashlyn. Next, we have Cindy Anderson, Margaret Lecomte, and Peter Mayer.
Thank you all for having me here today. My name is Sydney Anderson, and I am a citizen of Boulder as well as a law student at the University of Colorado. I am here today with concerns about the homelessness issue in the city. No one chooses to be homeless. Many of these people are on the streets as a result of natural disasters, domestic violence, and serious mental illness. And despite the lack of evidence that criminalizing the homeless helps the issue, last year the City Council allocated $2.7 million to increase enforcement of the tent ban, which is enough money to house 90 of the around 150 nightly campers in Boulder for one full year. These bans effectively discriminate against many vulnerable people without doing anything to fix the underlying issue. When shelter is full or inaccessible, especially in light of the increasing turnaways at the Boulder shelter for the homeless, camping is these people's only option. In 2018, a federal court ruled ticketing people when they don't have access to shelter violates Eighth Amendment protections against cruel and unusual punishment enshrined in the United States Constitution. The effect of the camping ban is to punish the homeless for something they have no say in. If these bans are to be enforced, then I believe they should be supplemented with safe housing for the people they target. Pushing the homeless out of populated areas with no support is dangerous for them, especially women who are more vulnerable to assault, and can also be costly to the city in the form of criminal justice and emergency health expenditures. I would like the City Council to take these thoughts into consideration as you move forward with your plans to address homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Sydney. Next, Margaret Lecomte, Peter Mayer, and Andrea Montoya.
Good evening, people in City Council. Tonight you're going to hear a staff report on the proposed flood mitigation project for the South Boulder Creek floodplain. I want to focus on the limitations CU imposed on that project in the annexation agreement the city signed. Limitations which make it impossible to have a really effective, feasible, and economical flood mitigation plan. This is really a bad deal for Boulder. It's almost Earth Day. Boulder needs to be a leader in fighting climate change, but CU has forced the city into a flood mitigation plan that has little ability to adapt to climate change. CU's plans also to develop land in the natural floodplain endanger any future efforts to enhance and protect public safety. CU vetoed the publicly endorsed and city-supported 500-year flood protection design, demanding that only a 100-year event could even be considered. And the city caved in, agreeing to the 100-year flood design that will be overwhelmed in the face of inevitable and larger flood events in the future. The current floodwater detention pond planned at CU South is inadequate because CU resisted anything larger, despite that it will be insufficient to control floods larger than 100-year events. CU is only willing to donate 36 acres specifically for flood mitigation. That's only a quarter of the some 120 acres the flood project will require. CU's offer to, quote, make available for purchase, unquote, added acreage will only inflate the cost of flood control at Boulder residents' expense. Buying CU South was a bad business deal for CU, but the CU South annexation agreement is a very bad deal for Boulder. It should be repealed by a yes vote in November 8th, 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Margaret. Now, Peter Mayer, Andrea Montoya, and Linda Quigley.
Good evening, council members. My name is Peter Mayer. I live on Hawthorne Avenue in Boulder. Tonight, you will discuss a memo that states the South Boulder Creek flood mitigation project will be funded from the city's flood and stormwater utility fee and the Mile High Flood District. It states that $66 million for the South Boulder Creek flood mitigation project was included in the 2022 budget approved by council. It states that the project cost includes $41 million for construction of a dam and flood wall, $10 million for earth and fill, and $15 million for CU impacts, including tennis courts, warehouse relocation, and their own drive. These are cost estimates that were developed years ago, before the pandemic and economic changes that have occurred. Construction costs across the US have skyrocketed. Steel and concrete are reaching all-time highs. The flood mitigation project, as proposed, is going to cost far more than Mr. Tadeucci has reported to date. Boulder already has the absolutely highest flood and stormwater utility rates in the Front Range. And this is according to the city's own rate material, which was mailed to every home last month, the highest. Now, to pay for CU South, you are proposing to commit to dramatically raising the highest stormwater utility rates even higher. Every household in Boulder will feel this impact. What is a current estimate for how much the South Boulder Creek Flood Mitigation Project will actually cost under today's conditions? 100 million? 120 million? What will this do to our utility bills? What will this do to other needed flood mitigation projects? Boulder ratepayers deserve at least an engineering estimate of these costs right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Andrea Montoya and Linda Quigley.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak with you about a serious incident that occurred in my neighborhood on April 1st in the heart of our city. My name is Andrea Montoya, and I have been leading a community effort in the Goss Grove neighborhood, building a pollinator corridor over the last 3 years on the shoulders of neighbors who had existing gardens in their yards already. Our goal is to create a vibrant corridor of loosely connected native plant habitats that support our dwindling numbers of native pollinators. Here's a bit of important detail for you. These insects we are supporting to carry out their life cycles, they don't just do it amongst the plants, but they go into nearby bare ground up and down the city rights of ways and beyond. Our project has been successful, and we have now joined the City of Boulder as part of the Cool Boulder campaign. All sounds pretty good, right? Well, imagine how horrified I was when I came home to discover that True Green had administered a cocktail of herbicides up and down 18th Street on city rights of way without permission from homeowners. I instantly understood that ground nesting species would be killed. Songbirds would nibble on the pre-emergent pellets, and flowers would be toxified. And here I stood, appalled, with little or no recourse. This could happen to any neighborhood. We are all sitting ducks. One neighbor I have who raises monarch larvae with neighborhood kids lost all of the larvae last year due to spraying near her yard. Council, let's work together to get these toxic petrochemicals out of our city-designated pollinator habitats and out of our community soils and waterways. I'm aware that the state of Colorado doesn't allow pesticide restrictions by local municipalities, and to that, I say, let's be creative. I know our city implemented a fracking moratorium when it was against the state law to do so. Why don't we do that now with pesticides? With respect, thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Last, we have Linda Quigley.
Mayor, I do not see Linda Quigley in the meeting.
Okay, well, I guess that closes open comment then. I'll turn to city staff if there are any responses to things said in open comment.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'll say, as always, thank you for those that call in and appreciate community and your patience as we work out our glitches with new technology in the room. But I also wanted to just note for and lift up Evan Ravitz' advocacy and others who have talked to us about online petitions and paper petitions. And for those that have been listening, those actually have been posted on our website. And for people that want to know more, that we are accepting both, they are currently up on our website. That we are moving in that, we have moved in that direction. Thank you.
Good to hear. Teresa?
Mayor, members of council, I just wanted to make you aware that the city attorney's office is looking into the pesticide use and seeing what our options are. We'll certainly keep you updated.
That's great to hear. And I'll just follow up on that. Since it sounds like some of it was on city property, do we know that?
Mayor, that is our understanding, that it wasn't indeed sprayed in rights of way that are owned by the city. And so we are looking at solutions under our code.
Great. Hopefully there's some recourse, so thank you for looking into that. Any follow-up from council members? Mark?
Yeah. Two things piqued my interest with respect to CU South. One, of course, is the issue of cost estimates, and will we be dealing with that in greater detail tonight? And if not, hopefully soon. The memo on that seemed to indicate it might be coming in under $66 million. Obviously, Mr. Peter Mayer's comments indicated quite the contrary, and it's something I think that would be of interest to the community. The other, also relating to CU South, is have we previously looked at the impact of development there on evacuation procedures and routes? We have seen the bumper-to-bumper traffic that has occurred with some of these fires, and hopefully CU South is not going to increase or exacerbate that problem. And I'm hoping that staff is looking at that as well. Thank you.
Do we want to wait for that item tonight to address those questions?
I'm fine to wait.
Okay.
I'm just raising the question.
Great. Thanks for that, Mark. Rachel?
You just wanted to follow up on Charles Brock's Community Cycles request on the CU hotel access points. Is that being looked at? We've also received some emails about whether those are the best laid plan.
Thank you. I do not know at this moment if that's being looked at, but certainly unless staff here, we can get back to you and circle back with the answer.
Good. Well, if we don't have any other notes, we'll move on. I'll just take a quick moment to note that there have been 2 fires today just outside of the city of Boulder. So on one note, just want to thank so much the firefighters who've been responding to those and keeping them under control. Also a plea to everyone to please not burn anything in this critical time, and then a note that we will be talking about fire resilience and response at our meeting next week, which of course is very timely. So just wanted to note that. Okay, I think we're on to our consent agenda. Alicia?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Our consent agenda for tonight, item 3, consists of items A through G.
Great. Any questions or comments on these? Or a motion?
Comment.
Go.
While I have a good degree of support for the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan, I remain concerned about the representations that have been made with respect to the plan creating middle-income housing. And I know that I did a hotline a few days ago, and I raised a number of questions there that were not answered. And I then sent a second hotline sort of reiterating those questions, and I got no feedback on that as well. I don't necessarily know what the answers are to those questions, but I certainly would like to have staff address them and answer them as part of this process. So my support for the consent agenda relating to the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan is going to have a reservation for that discussion of how we get to middle-income housing, because I do not think it was properly addressed.
Thank you so much. I know that staff is working on a response to that hotline, that second one, and so I'm sure we'll get that to you soon.
No dirty words in that response, please.
Great.
If no other comments, I was going to make a motion.
Please.
I move the consent agenda items 3A through 3G, including items F1, F2, and F3.
Second. Okay. Great. We have a motion and a second. I believe this is a roll call vote.
That is correct, sir. Thank you, everyone. We'll start this vote with Councilmember Yates.
Aye.
Benjamin?
Yes.
Mayor Brockett?
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend,
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Wallach,
With the reservation I previously stated with respect to 3C, yes.
and Weiner.
Yes.
Mayor, the consent agenda, including items A through G, is hereby approved unanimously.
Thanks so much, Alicia. Let's move on to our call-up check-ins, please.
All right, sir. Our call-up check-ins are item number 4 on tonight's agenda. Item 4A is the vacation of a portion of a utility easement at 1580 Redwood Avenue. That's referenced under ADR 2021-00027.
Great. Any interest in calling this up? Not seeing any. On to the next. We got 4 of these, so on to the second one.
Item 4B is the site and use review for redevelopment of the property located at 770 28th Street, the former Best Western Best Plus Boulder Inn, into a mixed-use project that includes a 3-story student apartment building with 96 4-bedroom units, along with a ground-level amenity space, common areas, and below-grade parking. The existing 5-story office building located on the east end of the site at 777 29th Street will remain. The proposal includes landscape improvements for shared open space between the apartments and the existing office building. The applicant is proposing a 55% parking reduction. A solar exception is requested due to typographic variation from the site to the property to the north and resulting in a minor encroachment of shadows on an adjacent property within solar access area 2, solar fence. This is reviewed under case number LUR 2021-00024.
All right. Any questions, comments, or interest in calling it up?
Questions?
Go for it.
What standards, if any, govern the waiver for a solar exception? The memo was a little unclear to me. It had many references to planning board meetings and statutory references. And to be quite honest, I gave up statutory analysis when I stopped being a practicing lawyer. So it would be better, I think, for most of us if that information could be contained within the memo itself as opposed to a reference to the code.
And it looks like we've got Elaine McLaughlin from Planning ready to jump in and answer your question.
Excellent.
Sure, you bet. Good evening, Mayor and council members. So there is specific provisions and standards within the code on how to evaluate solar encroachment. It's part of the planning board memo, and there's a link to that planning board memo, hopefully, that you can open, but this met that criteria. And essentially, it's just ensuring that there's no other means to make this accommodation work for additional solar encroachment, or if there's any indication that it would impact the neighbor's ability to provide solar in the future. In this case, because it's a solar access area 2, it's a 25-foot solar fence, and this encroaches about 6 feet beyond that 25-foot shadow today, and it's in an area that today is in the adjacent Spanish Towers parking lot. So findings were made that it wouldn't negate solar access. In this case, again, solar access area 2 is protection of rooftops and not necessarily parking lots. It'd be difficult in this location to be able to impact rooftop solar.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any others? Not seeing any, so I think we can move on. Thanks, Elaine.
Okay. Item 4C is a landmark alteration certificate to construct a rear 2-story addition at 936 Mapleton Avenue, a contributing property in the Mapleton Hill Historic District.
Question, comments, or interest in calling it up? Keep rotating my head. Not seeing any. Okay. I think on to the next one.
Next, we have 4C, which is also a landmark alteration certificate to install front railings at 745 Highland Avenue, an individual landmark and contributing property in the Mapleton Hill Historic District.
Great. I think that was 4D, but
Yes, 4D. My apologies.
thank you. Questions, comments? Interest in calling it up? Not seeing any. Okay, sounds like we're done with our call-up check-ins.
All right. Next on tonight's agenda is item number 6, the matters from the city manager. 6A is the South Boulder Creek Flood Mitigation Project, the scheduled briefing.
Thank you so much. We've got Joe Tadeucci and Brandon Coleman coming up to share their update.
Before they get started, Nicole?
I'm just going to recuse myself from this discussion, given my affiliation with CU.
Okay, we'll miss you. We'll come get you when it's done.
Haven't done this in a while.
Good to have you back.
We're all in 3D. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I am Joe Tadeucci.
I'm not sure if you're coming through.
It's the green light's on.
That's,
Can you hear me?
That sounds better.
Okay. I'll do it like this. I'm Joe Tadeucci. I'm the Director of Utilities, and we are here tonight for an update on the South Boulder Creek Flood Mitigation Project. And this is the first time that we're checking in with this council on the project. Our goal is to do a high-level overview of the project and just get everyone oriented. We have a brief presentation and a handful of slides. Brandon's got some neat new renderings of the project that he'll be showing you. And he'll also run through the schedule with you, which also kind of serves as at a high level, our work plan. You can see the remaining steps. Wanted to note that there's no council action required tonight or really anticipated this year other than what comes up through the budget process. The one remaining step that council will act on has to do with open space, and that will occur in 2023. In terms of where we are in the process, I did want to mention that the team is making really good progress. It certainly is a very complex project, and you've heard that in the past, and Brandon will be showing some of that when you see the steps on the schedule. But I'm happy to report that we're still on track and moving forward. And in order to make that progress, there have been a couple of key council decisions that have led to that. In 2020, you may recall that we landed on the variant 100-year alternative as the basis of our design. And then in 2021, we had the annexation agreement, which was also key for us because we had to know how our design would interact with the university property and what we had to work with. So the decisions have allowed Brandon and his team and the consultants to move forward. Before I turn it over, I did want to mention a couple of relevant and positive staffing updates. In utilities, we've recently hired Chris Douglas, who is a new manager of our engineering and capital projects group. He's in the front row there. And he'll be supporting this project and all of our major CIP projects. And then I also wanted to note that Brandon, beside me here, has been promoted to a lead engineer position in the stormwater and flood engineering group. So I will be working closely with Brandon and Chris to staff up to support this project and other important flood work. Before I turn it over to Brandon, I did note the questions that Mark had and some of the public input. Might suggest that we go through our presentation. I've got notes on what those were, and then when we finish, as we get into questions, we can hit those at the very beginning of that part. Brandon?
Okay, can everybody hear me okay? Okay. As Joe said, I'm Brandon Coleman. I'm an engineer in our storm flood utility and the project manager for the South Boulder Creek Flood Mitigation Project. And we'll just go to the next slide. I think I can just say that. Okay. So tonight we're just giving a project update, and good evening to the council. Great to see everybody in person. And also I recognize we have a few new council members, quite a few new council members. So we're going to be going over a brief kind of project overview. So talking a little bit about just some of the generalities of the project, kind of what Joe mentioned, how we got to where we're at today before we get into the schedule. It is a very complex project, so it's kind of helpful to get your feet under you before you see the schedule we have proposed. So the next slide, please. And then the next one too would be fine. So just as a general project overview, South Boulder Creek is a major drainage way in the city. It's over 27 miles long and includes 136 square miles of watershed area, which makes it the second biggest drainage to enter the city behind Boulder Creek. Its headwaters begin at the Continental Divide, and then it extends all the way to its confluence with Boulder Creek on the east side of the city. So on this map, you can see the black outline is Boulder city limits. And then the next slide. So the South Boulder Creek drainage watershed area is very similar to a lot of headwater drainages in the Front Range. And if you can see in this map, the headwater area, the upper and the middle basin are all very steep and canyonous. And then when you get into the lower basin where South Boulder Creek enters the city, it becomes much flatter and the floodplain tends to spread out. So that introduces a lot of variability into the floodplain. And there's a few major features on South Boulder Creek, including Gross Reservoir, El Dorado Canyon State Park, and then numerous roadways crossings, including State Highway 93 and US 36. So the next slide. So I work in the storm flood utility, and Boulder is the #1 flood risk in the state of Colorado. We have 16 major drainage ways, and this is just a map of all the drainage ways across the city. Fun fact I like to point out is you can't ride your bike across this city without at least crossing a couple major drainage ways. And South Boulder Creek on this map is on the very far right side, and you'll see it's kind of on the edge of town. So the next slide. So South Boulder Creek does have a history of flooding. It's flooded 3 times significantly in the past, in 1938, 1969, and also in 2013 most recently. In 1938, a significant difference was Gross Reservoir wasn't in place, so there was significant damage to El Dorado Springs area in 1938. And then in 1969 was the first time we saw US 36 overtop and flooding in the West Valley area, we commonly refer to it. And the picture shown here is the Thunderbird Apartments along Thunderbird Lane after South Boulder Creek overtopped US 36. And then most recently in 2013, we had major flooding from the South Boulder Creek drainage that overtopped US 36, and this is Calmia Avenue. And this picture really paints the need for the project. So this is high hazard zone, very deep flooding, very dangerous to life safety. So the next slide.
Brandon, can I just do a correction? I think that's probably Koala, not Calmia.
Koala, yes. Sorry, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so the key part of this project is really protecting life and safety. So this is South Boulder Creek. You'll see diagonally running across this map is US 36, and the red outline on here is the CU South property, just to give people kind of their bearings. And you'll see on the right-hand side, the blue, that's the main channel of South Boulder Creek. This project's really focused on addressing flooding that comes through the city. So if you click on the slide one more time. So we're really looking at mitigating this flooding, so along Thunderbird Drive, and this is commonly referred to as the West Valley overflow. So there is a high hazard zone that is associated with this, and high hazard is unique to the city as it identifies the greatest risk to life safety. So that's really what the focus of the project is. So if you click on the next slide. So Joe mentioned we got approval from council in 2020 to move forward with the design, and we've been working on the conceptual design since then. And we still have regional detention right at US 36. So this is where the design sits today. And we got some more definition based on the annexation agreement that was approved last year as well. So if you see this map, the dark brown area is an earthen embankment. There's an orange area, which is earth fill, and that's really maintaining the existing floodplain as it sits on the property right now. And then there's an orange line that runs parallel to US 36. That's our spillway or the flood wall. And then the yellow line is our outlet work. So the intent of the project is to detain the floodwaters in this facility and then release them in a manner through our outlet works to Veely Channel as to not impact downstream. So the next slide. So as part of our preliminary design activities, we've developed kind of some 3D modeling, and this helps us really do design reviews and also helps to visualize the project. Sometimes engineering drawings are very difficult to understand. So this is kind of that same view we just looked at looking north, and we've added our kind of floodwaters to here. So you'll see the embankment at the top of the screen in that green color. And it's kind of hard to see, but what's creating the detention here is our flood wall along US 36. And then South Loop Drive is the road on the west side. So if you click again on the slides. So this is just another view, and this is actually, catch up here too. Oh, of course. There we go. This is actually looking to the northwest along US 36. So US 36 is in the foreground there. And in the upper right-hand corner, you can see the Table Mesa Park and Ride. And that's where that West Valley flooding kind of originates. So you can really see the purpose of the project is creating this detention with our embankment and our flood wall along the US 36 regional bike path here. And then the discharge point you can see on the right hand side of the screen where that channel is flowing, that's Veely Channel. So our outlet works are actually discharging to Veely Channel. So for me, it just helps to visualize this. We use this modeling to create different views, but also to do design reviews as we're doing preliminary design. It's a really great tool we've developed in the engineering world. So the next slide. So another important part of this project and really important to city values is just protection of environmental resources. So this project is directly adjacent to the South Boulder Creek State Natural Area, which has really high quality habitat that supports diversity of wildlife, and that includes 2 threatened species, the Preble's Meadow Jumping Mouse and also the Ute Lady Truss Orchid, and yes. And it also supports a native mesic tallgrass prairie and also the riparian and wetlands communities in that area. So that's I'm trying to think of the right word now, but CPW creates the state natural areas, and it's a program that they have. So South Boulder Creek's been identified as a unique ecological system within the state. So the next slide. So that's just really high level overview kind of the project, what the purposes are, some of the challenges, and now we'll get into the schedule update. And when I get to the schedule slide, I just want everybody to get prepared. There's a lot of agencies, a lot of coordination that needs to go on for this project. That includes the Army Corps of Engineers, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, FEMA, state agencies, Colorado Department of Transportation, Colorado Division of Water Resources, where the state engineer sits, as I mentioned, CPW, and then also internally within the city. So we work closely with our open space department as well. So if you go to the next slide from here. So this is our schedule and kind of where we're at today. So I'll walk through this a little bit slower. So at the top of the bar, it's in quarters and it's showing out to the year 2026 right now. And that red line's about where we're at today. So the first set of activities we have in this schedule are our design activities. So this is really related to the engineering and the design associated with the flood mitigation. And as you can see, we're getting really close to finishing the preliminary design, or the 30% design, which includes hydraulic modeling, geotech analysis, and also civil layout. So just how all our features fit together, how we make sure the facility is going to work when we design it. So we're actually getting close to that milestone right now, which is really exciting news. And we'll be moving forward from there in the design. And then the next design activities really are 60% design, so that's the next bar on here, followed by 90% design, and then final design. So really, we shouldn't be having major changes to the design by the time we get to final design. We should have kind of fleshed all those out at 60 and at 90, but those are review milestones for the design. So the next kind of bar I have there is orange, and this is going to be permitting. So the green bar is really our environmental permitting. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of environmental resources in this area, so it's really important we really count for our environmental permitting. And so the first step in that is to work with the Army Corps of Engineers. So they'll be the lead permitting agency as far as environmental permitting goes, and they'll be doing a 404 review, which is Clean Waters of the U.S. And from there, they will be consulting with Fish and Wildlife Service for threatened and endangered species. So that's the next bar after the Corps determines what are waters of the U.S. And then after that consultation with Fish and Wildlife, we would then have the Corps issue that permit for that 404 permit. And then following that, we would go to our city wetlands permit. And our city wetlands permit is actually probably going to be more stringent than what the Corps would give us as a 404 permit, but all the wetlands would be considered in the city that we would be impacting. So that would be the last step, because we need our 404 permit before we can get the city wetlands permit. So the next bar is a FEMA CLOMR, and CLOMR is just flood management acronym. So it's a conditional letter of map revision. So this project is going to significantly change the floodplain associated with South Boulder Creek. So when we do that, we need FEMA's approval as kind of the federal regulatory agency over the floodplains in the city and kind of across the country. So we'll be working on that, and that will start after 30% design because we've done that hydraulic modeling. So really that's going to be at the next phase of design. We'll start that. And then next, following that, so there's a lot of impacts to US 36. I showed the outlet works, which would be a tunnel under the US 36 embankment, and also the flood wall infrastructure. Some of that will be located in CDOT right-of-way, so we're going to need a CDOT right-of-way permit. And then last, throughout the whole design process, the facility would be considered a high-hazard dam by the state engineer's office, and so they will be doing design reviews as we go throughout the process. So that's what the last bar is in permitting, and they'll give us a design approval letter once we get towards the end of design. So the next one is our stakeholder agreements, and there's a lot of parties involved in this. So the city doesn't really own any of the land, so we've had to work with a lot of the stakeholders around where the property is going to be. So the first one is we have OSMP on there, and OSMP, I'm going to let Joe talk a little bit about the process associated with that. He mentioned that before, but we've continually worked with our OSMP staff related to impacts to city open space property associated with the project. So that's going to be an ongoing process throughout the design. The next one on the list is a huge milestone for the project and gave us some definition just around what we can actually do out there, because a large portion of the property would be located on the CU South property. So the CU South annexation agreement got approved last year. That was a really big milestone for us as a design team and also for the project. The next one there is a CDOT agreement. So this is going to be separate from the permitting, as we're going to have to enter into some form of an agreement with CDOT to impact their right-of-way as we go forward. So that's what that bar is denoting. And then there's also irrigation ditches in the area, and they historically are some of the oldest infrastructure in the city. So you need to work with irrigation ditches, and particularly Dry Creek Ditch number 2. So we'll have to work on an agreement with them as a stakeholder in the area. Okay, so the last section here is the yellow bar, which is where we really want to get to, and that's the construction bar. And you'll see that starts after design, after permitting, after all those steps have been completed. We would go to a bidding process and then selecting our contractor and starting construction around sometime in 2024 and have that projected out to go into 2026 right now. And that's the schedule. That's a lot. I tried to go through that slowly, but I also did want to give Joe, turn it over to Joe and really talk about the open space coordination and the process around that.
And I think we need one more click on the slide to have a, there we go, a graphic show up. So what you just saw come on the screen there is really the window of time where we would have enough design detail at the front end, around 60% design, to start working with the open space team, department, and their board in earnest to go through the disposal process. And that can occur anywhere. It won't take the entire green box. There's some flexibility in when we start that. And a disposal is really a three-step process because of the way the charter works and how open space land is structured. It does require a formal action from the board first and then from city council. And then after that, there is a 60-day public notice process that occurs. And as I mentioned, we'd be ready for the disposal when we get to about the 60% design phase. I personally started my career in the utilities engineering group, and I have gone through the disposal process with our open space team before. In a typical project, we would go to the board in a 2-meeting series and provide a detailed presentation to them, really dig into the project, explain what's going to occur in the first meeting, get their feedback and their comments, and then come back in a second meeting, hopefully having addressed any concerns or comments they have, and ask them for action. As you probably gathered from Brandon's presentation of this schedule slide, this is a really complicated project. So we'll also be working with the open space staff, as Brandon mentioned, and with their board, giving them updates along the way, as we would do with any stakeholder, to make sure that they're comfortable with the project at the time that we go and ask them for a decision. So that's kind of the situation with the disposal, and this schedule and all the steps that Brandon listed may seem a bit overwhelming. For our utilities engineering team, I don't know that we have all of these things necessarily on the same project ever, but all of the steps that he mentioned, it is typical for us to get these types of permits and the approvals from FEMA and CDOT, and we've done that a number of times in the past. So again, the key council decisions really allowed us to kind of stop spinning on alternatives and get started down the road of obtaining these permits and working on the design. So that is kind of where we're at. And just to clarify the terminology we're using, we're saying 30%, 60%, 90% design. That may be intuitive, maybe not, but it just has to do with the level of detail. We start out with a conceptual design, and we keep working with our consultants, and we build on the level of detail, and we get design packages at various stages. We work with our consultants, give them feedback. There may be a portion of the project that they're saving for later and they'll detail later, or they're going to take a specific thing and keep building on it from start to finish. And so those are just milestones where we, as the owner of the project, will receive a design package from our consultants that we'll get a chance to review. Each one of those would typically have a set of drawings and specifications, as well as an updated cost estimate. So that's kind of how that works. And I guess you can go to the next slide. It may just be, that may be the end of our prepared stuff. and it is. So as promised at the beginning, I did note a few questions and made some notes here. There was a suggestion in public comment and understandable concern about what's happened due to the pandemic and supply chain issues and escalation of costs. Suggestion that the project cost may be 100 or 120 million, and referred to our prior cost estimate of $66 million, which actually got negotiated down during the annexation. We're just starting to get, or about to get, that 30% design submittal from our consultants. And so we will have updated costs that we plan to bring forward in the budget process this year. Not seeing anything that would indicate to us that we're not in the ballpark of our previous cost estimates. We did have a significant contingency, 40% if I'm remembering correctly, in the $41 million. So that we do have some room to accommodate unexpected changes. And early in the pandemic, I know the housing industry with lumber and things like that was immediately experiencing escalated costs for projects. We were not seeing that in 2020 and early 2021 on our big civil engineering projects in utilities. We did just have a water project that went out for bid, and our engineer's estimate was around $18 million, and it came in $4 million over. So that's the type of scale, and I think what we need to be bracing ourselves for as we're seeing projects go out to bid and come in. And we've tried to leave plenty of cushion for this one to accommodate it. So don't have new numbers at this moment, but we will within the next month or so as we start the budget process, and I expect it to be within range of what we've been talking about here. The other question had to do with evacuation routes, and were those considered in the annexation process? And I know there was a lot of discussion with our transportation team, our planning team, emergency services, our fire chief was involved. I don't recall how those types of considerations were made, so we'll have to get back to you on that subject. But I do know a lot of thought went into all aspects of that situation. And Brandon mentioned it in his presentation, the comment in public comment about us having the highest rates for stormwater and flood is an accurate characterization. We are the highest, and we're also the highest flood risk in the state of Colorado. And we're going through a stormwater and flood master plan right now, and at a large scale trying to quantify our overall needs for the utility and the scale of the cost and the duration of time that we're going to need to complete those projects. So there's going to be a lot more discussion coming this year about overall flood projects, costs, rates, and those types of things through the master plan process, the budget, and further updates on this project. I'm trying to think, did I hit all of the things that we wanted to?
Well, that was great, Joe and Brandon. Very informative, really helpful to get that update. So thanks so much. Do we have questions from council? Bob?
First of all, Joe and Brandon, thanks for that great presentation. Really appreciate it. And obviously, please do keep us informed as things progress here over the coming months and quarters. Just one question. I noticed in one of your slides you had the logo of the Mile High Flood District up. Do you anticipate, and of course that's a separate taxing entity up and down the Front Range, do you anticipate the possibility of applying for grants to the Mile High Flood District at the appropriate time and receiving some of the funding from that government organization?
We do, and Brandon was just talking to me before this meeting about the numbers. Brandon, if you want to rattle those off quickly.
Sure. Yeah, so we enter an IGA with the Mile High Flood District, and currently they match what we will contribute to the project, and currently they have over $2 million contributed to the project, and we anticipate that number to go up through their CIP process as they approve more budget in the coming years.
Great, great. As you guys give us updates in the coming months and quarters, please keep us apprised of that grant money as well. Thanks, guys.
I would also mention that you can't turn on the news without hearing about federal funds and around infrastructure, and we're working with our central finance team and our utilities financial lead and tracking those very carefully, and we don't have anything specific lined up yet, but have some leads, and we're looking into those things carefully.
Rachel?
Yeah, thanks for their presentation. It's exciting to see it moving forward, although, you know, that the end date still looks far away. So appreciate all the work you all are doing on that. I just wanted to clarify two things. In the memo where it said 66 million, we did negotiate that, I believe, under 50 million. So in the annexation agreement, the projected costs got shaved down a lot.
They did, and I had that information before the meeting, and I'm drawing a blank on what the number was, but you're in the right ballpark.
Yeah, I think
it got negotiated down substantially.
South of 50, as I recall. And I don't have the exact number with me either. And then on the, you know, there was a question around fires and evacuation, and I just wanted to point out that the agreement included a strong, I think it's transportation demand management, TDM. This is not my forte. Concept plan, and so that area will actually, you know, will really encourage people not to have cars, first of all, and to have a lot of public transit. So my concern would be more, is CU going to have good evacuation plans for the people who live there without cars? But as opposed to the rest of Boulder, it actually should not have a ton of autos, and it's also people who are already going to school here and working here, and so their cars, if they're driving in, will already be here, and it is expected to reduce. So in terms of fire evacuation, I think it's not the biggest concern of all the projects that we'll be looking at.
And on that topic, I know that I believe next Tuesday there will be a study session on resilience focused on fire and what's been experienced in recent months and days, unfortunately. And utilities has a role in that, and I'm participating in some of those planning meetings and discussions, and there is a lot of conversation around evacuation. And fire is not the only issue. There are floods and droughts and other things that we have to think about. And there is planning that goes into all of it, and advanced plans that get prepared for the community.
I'll go ahead and call on myself with a question. I do note that some of the permits that we're looking at, like with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Corps of Engineers, the timelines for those end before we're at the 90% design phase. So are they comfortable with a 30 or 60% milestone, or are we going to have to go back to them, or how does that work?
Right. So the first step in that is really to say, here is our project footprint. Are there waters of U.S. impacts in that project? So that's what we're waiting for right now. It's called a jurisdictional determination. But we can submit and work with them at a 30% design level as long as we have kind of a relative footprint of what the project looks like. And then that'll give them enough information to be able to consult with Fish and Wildlife. But really that jurisdictional determination is going to drive what type of permit we're getting. So we are able to work with them currently.
Good to hear. Junie?
Thank you, Aaron. I was just looking at your presentation again, and you mentioned 30%, 60% design, and I wonder, where are we right now by looking at those designs? And then my second question is, maybe I'm looking at this wrong, why does it look like a lake?
Yeah.
Brandon?
Those are good questions. So currently we're just wrapping up the 30% design, and what we did to get to that stage was we really try to characterize the site. So that's where the water's going, where our facilities would go, and also will our facilities function during the event that we're designing for. So we're wrapping that stage up now, and then when we go into 60%, we would start to refine that. So really looking at more detailed modeling, further refinement of that, having some of these reviews by the permitting agencies to make sure we're taking that into account. And the way the facility functions is it does function kind of like a lake. So it's a lake that's continually draining is a good way to think about it. But we have to detain that water so that we don't further impact people downstream for where we redirect that water. So that's why we have that detention there, and that's why it looks like a lake in the renderings.
Okay. Can I ask a follow-up question? Where is it draining to?
So there's a major drainage way that runs along South Boulder Road. It's called Veely Channel that originates by the South Boulder Rec Center and then comes down and actually discharges back to the main channel of South Boulder Creek. So we would have our facility discharge under US 36 to that channel, and by having the detention, we can discharge to that channel without making those impacts downstream worse.
Okay, thank you.
If I just clarify, it only looks like a lake during a flood event, right? This is not an everyday occurrence.
Yes, so that would be when the flood comes, it'll fill up and it'll start to drain, and we have to drain it within a certain time period to meet water law in Colorado and everything. So it'll drain completely after the flood has passed.
So that example drawing you had was during a flood event, just to be clear.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, thanks. Matt?
Thanks, Aaron. First, Chris, welcome to the team. So I just want to make sure you know you got a happy family here. Welcome. And Brandon, congratulations on your promotion.
Yeah, thanks.
So my question centers around ESA and NEPA studies, and I see clearly that there's clearly an ESA consultation, which I presume results in an ESA study. And usually with those, there's public comment periods. And so I'm just wondering that in your timelines, are you already baking in sort of like the longest comment periods just for being conservative in that aspect? Because I know some of them can go 45 or 90 days in some aspects. And also, is there a NEPA built in here at all, or is that really embedded in the ESA in that capacity? So those are kind of my combo questions.
Yeah, so the Corps would be the lead agency, so they'll say what we have to do as far as environmental, historic preservation, things along those lines, and it's really their job to consult with each one of those agencies, and we can support them in that consultation. And then it's all based around the jurisdictional determination on what type of permit we get and how much public comment period is associated with that. We do know there's threatened and endangered species on the property, so that would be a biological assessment is what we do, and then the U.S. Fish and Wildlife would give us a biological opinion associated with that. So until we know what that jurisdictional determination is, we don't know what the public comment periods are going to be associated with the permits just yet.
Okay. I appreciate that. When you get to that, maybe just err on the side of public asking for extensions, because in some of my environmental work, I see that quite common. So just so that we're being conservative on our timelines.
Sure. And a good scheduler would have a red line on what goes through the critical path. And environmental permitting currently isn't on our critical path, so we do have a little bit of float in there. So,
good. Lauren?
One of the concerns I've heard a lot is sort of regarding the amount of flood capacity. We're designing for 100-year. In the event that we were to have a flood that was beyond that capacity, are you guys, maybe you could speak a little bit to how that, how the design will react in that kind of circumstance?
I can start that, and Brandon, maybe you can supplement what I have to say. One of the things, and I think it really gets to the climate change concepts and expecting more frequent and more severe events. And so any flood protection that we provide in any drainage will help the community for the first aspect. If we have protection in place and floods happen more frequently, it will help. And so the question of what happens if the 500-year flood comes and we only have 100-year protection? Well, the project will hold back water until it exceeds the 100-year level, and then water, as designed, will start flowing over the spillway. And there will be downstream flooding, but people will still benefit the inundation downstream because the project is there. will be less than it would without the project, even if our design level is exceeded. And I think there a common concept, and I think we heard it during public comment tonight, is that it was a discretionary choice for CU's benefit for us to go with the 100-year flood level, and that's really not accurate. We looked at feasibility. We can't make conditions worse for people downstream, and we could not match the conditions we needed to in our design for over a 100-year flood.
Yeah, go ahead.
And could you also maybe provide a little bit more detail about how, so, you know, in the more recent flood where it overtopped 36, you know, the kind of sudden inundation that people got, how that might compare to some water going over the spillway? And, you know, are those the same sort of things, or does this design help sort of slow that process?
Well, a couple of things about that, and we've met several times during the public engagement process with the people who live downstream of US 36 and experienced that flooding, and they're very interested in the progress of this design, as well as emergency warning. And one of the things that we did after talking with them that has been installed is a camera. We have a camera system in the city, and some of those are focused on creeks and can give us insight when we're in a precipitation event to what's happening. So that is something that we've put in place in the last year. Is online, and I'm now forgetting the crux of the question.
I think so. Basically, if the spillway if we were to have a flood event that where floodwaters went through the spillway, would that be sort of a similar flood to what we had in 2013, or is the spillway still going to create different conditions?
It would change the timing for sure, and I'll let Brandon kind of explain the details of that.
Sure. Yeah, so 2013 was a slow moving event, but when it overtopped US 36, it overtopped quickly. So this facility does give us some time to react, because we'd start to see it fill up before it actually gets to the spillway elevation. And that could be beneficial in our emergency warning system. So I think with the fires and everything, we're seeing how that emergency warning system works, and having this facility be part of our storm flood utility, we would definitely look at emergency warning associated with it. And it's really designed for the more critical event, so not like a 2013 event, but a really fast thunderstorm event, and it will still give us that. You'll see it fill up and have a chance to react, even though those events happen. And then just to the 500 versus the 100, the volume of water that we're detaining, even for a 100, wouldn't be there for the 500. So even if it was a 500-year event, yes, you would still see flooding, but it wouldn't be as bad as what a 500-year event would do now.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Rachel?
Since we got on the 100 versus 500, I'm just going to ask a couple questions. I mean, it's always good, and this council hasn't heard it before, so I think it is relevant. So, like to your last point, Brandon, if this was 500 years, is this 100 year and then it's 5 times more for 500, or is it like how much is this bottle is going to be retained in 100 year versus 500 year? And if that's not a good visual, then feel free to use something different. That's what I have here.
Yeah, in engineering term, we would say the bottle's probably not to scale, but but yes.
Work with me.
Yeah, the way the facility works is essentially we're trying to drain the facility as fast as is allowable, so when our peak flow hits, we actually have storage for that storage volume. So we are storing quite a bit of volume. I don't know the exact proportions to the 500 to the 100, but I know it's a significant. You definitely see the mapping reflect the 500-year flood much less than what is currently with the facility in place. Does that?
Well, you did not like my water bottle, which I get, but I guess how I understood it is a 500-year flood is not 5 times as much water as
Yes.
100 years. It's more like, so that's what I meant. Like if we're at 100-year, we're more like here, and 500's not 5 times that much.
Right. Yep,
So-
and it's also good to point out, just this is phase 1 of this facility, so of the flood mitigation on South Boulder Creek. So really, this is addressing the flooding from South Boulder Creek, the river, which upstream is very natural, and then when you get downstream of here, you see significant runoff also from the urban drainage of kind of the West Valley neighborhoods as well. So that would be phase 2 of the mitigation. But yes, the 500 is not 5 times larger than the 100 year.
Yeah, and I think it's not anywhere near there if I follow it correctly. Couple more questions. Where else in the city do we have 500-year flood mitigation in place?
100-year is the highest that we have, and most drainages have much less than that.
Yeah, so it's 0, so 0 or 500, and 100's the max, and that's not the majority of flood mitigation systems we have are at 100, right? They're at 10 and 25.
Correct.
And then just also wanted to clarify, as I recall, and I would invite colleagues who were on council at the time with me to recollect as well, but when we were looking at 100 versus 500, it would have been much more environmentally damaging to do 500-year. It would have possibly not been permittable to do 500-year due to the CDOT tie-in, and it would have been like 30 or 40 million more dollars. Is that about right?
Yeah, that's accurate, and the really came down to the flood modeling and just not being able to match existing conditions, which is a prerequisite of flood mitigation projects. But had that not been the case, and all the other things, all the other challenges that the 500-year flood would have faced on top of that, it would have been hard for staff to recommend continuing to pursue that and fund pursuing it.
Yeah, and so I just want to state for the record, like I advocated for 500 years mitigation before I got on council, and it became infeasible. So I think that we hear a lot from the community, let's have 500, and that's like asking for a 1,000,000-year mitigation because it's just not doable. Thanks.
Right, and Mark's got another question. Maybe we can move on here in a minute.
Just a very quick comment. As I recall those negotiations, and my colleagues can correct me if I'm wrong, CU was simply unwilling to agree to 500-year flood mitigation. We didn't have the option of choosing from A or B. They were only prepared to do A, and as a consequence, we took the option that was available to us. I don't think we did anything. We didn't choose to ignore 500-year flood mitigation. It simply wasn't on offer from CU, and so this is what we got. And I think this is obviously a very substantial improvement over where we were.
And I guess maybe I'll just respond real quick, Mark. Thanks for that point. That what we're hearing is that even had CU thought 500 was a great idea, we would not have been able to permit it. So it was infeasible in many different ways.
Yeah, and the negotiations on this project and the analysis goes back literally 25 years, but really in earnest goes back to 2015. And Brandon, I think, came into the mix here in early 2019 or 2018, and I came into it in August of 2019. I remember the month and the year. And so we were looking at and know that those conversations were happening, and CU had stated positions previously, but we were kind of ignoring all that and looking at the feasibility of the flood levels, knowing that there was a lot of roadway ahead of us in terms of negotiation. So that for our current project team, that's our perspective.
Great. Well, thanks so much. If I don't see anything else, we'll just say thanks again. Great presentation, very informative. And Chris, again, welcome to the team. We'll look forward to the next update when you got it. All right.
Thank you.
So I think we're moving on to outdoor dining.
We are, and I see Chris Jones making his way down the runway, the walkway, whatever you're going to do, Chris. But know that we have been talking about outdoor dining for a while. We certainly want to talk through some of those insights that we gathered through the pandemic, and certainly have done a lot of conversation, certainly with you and with our community, about the benefits and the next steps for what outdoor dining has for us as a city. And in that process, too, we've also had a lot of conversations about what are those, I think I'll use, I think it's Rachel's notion of what are the silver linings we have learned over the pandemic. And we had some of those conversations about beyond just closing certain streets, and we certainly will be talking about the West End, but what else did we learn in the pandemic that could be scaled across neighborhoods in the future? And so some opportunities to talk a little bit more about that, I think, are forthcoming. And with that, I think I've talked enough to give Chris a chance to get settled. Chris?
Thank you, Nuria, for the distraction. Oh, thank you, Nuria, for the distraction for a moment. And good evening, Council. Chris Jones, Interim Director of Community Vitality. I'm glad to be here. Delighted to talk about outdoor dining and the West End closure, but I would be remiss to not point out some folks that we have in the audience. While I will be doing most of the talking this evening, there's been a lot of folks from a number of different departments that have been helping in this conversation, so that have gotten us to the point we're at this evening. Folks from Planning and Development Services, Transportation and Mobility, the City Attorney's Office, Business Licensing, and of course, Community Vitality. And Yvette Bowden, I know while the faces have changed, the folks who are working on this have not. So still delighted to be here and looking forward to learning more about expectations moving forward. So next slide. So tonight, I've got a number of things that I want to talk through. First, we're going to go through some background on how we got to this point today. Then some scoping considerations for the work moving forward for staff. We have been working on the concept of a pilot program. The last time we talked about this, there was some direction around looking at a downtown program. So we do have some work that's been done, and we want some feedback on some of that moving forward. There are also a number of regulatory considerations that we want to get some guidance on. And then, of course, the West End closure. While there was not guidance that was provided from council the last time we talked about this around the West End, as we've been pursuing this work, it comes up time and time again. So we have some questions for you this evening on that. Finally, we have done an amount of engagement and gotten some feedback from different entities and want to share some results there. And then we'll move into questions from council for staff, and then want to hear your discussion. And then I'll have a next step slide that'll be contingent on your direction. Next slide, please. So way back when, an eternity ago, in May of 2020, the city created the Boulder Business Recovery Program that enabled businesses, both restaurants and retailers, to expand out to help offset the impacts of indoor capacity limits that were associated with the COVID-19 emergency. With that, we closed the west end of vehicle traffic, given the high concentration of restaurants that we know exist and existed in that stretch of Pearl Street. That required us to reroute the hop route on that segment. And also, we heard from other businesses saying that the hop kind of impacted the ambiance of spaces on the east end. So the hop was rerouted there as well. We also implemented some curbside pickup zones. So this was to help businesses that were more focused on takeout orders. And so we implemented those. Those have since been discontinued now that our new on-street pay stations allow 15 minutes free no matter where you park, once per day per vehicle. We eliminated those pickup zones. So we had that condition through the summer of 2020. And then in October of 2020, the city extended the program with some additional requirements around winter operations. So that's when the Jersey barriers showed up to protect folks in the winter conditions. In September of last year, there was an agenda item exploring further extension of those emergency orders to April 30th of this year. It's a misprint on the typo, or on the slide. And then a conversation around the future of outdoor dining. That's when we got direction around focusing on a downtown Boulder pilot. So the emergency orders were extended, and staff began work on exploring this downtown Boulder pilot. In February of this year, we presented an information item to council to explore that further, and we got some feedback, both from stakeholders, council members, knowing that there were still some big unanswered questions that we want to pose with you tonight. So then finally, in March, you considered some funding considerations for ARPA that were approved through the adjustment to base in support of the city's proposed business recovery. And then the emergency orders were extended by the city manager through August 31st of this year. So that leads, next slide please. I'm going through the slides as well, so I need to remember to also ask. That leads to our questions. So these are some background. I know they're in your packet, but we're seeking some specific guidance from you all this evening. I'll read through the questions just for context for the folks that are listening in. So first question, does council wish to direct staff to expand the working scope beyond downtown and continue developing guidelines and requirements to allow for an outdoor dining pilot program citywide in both the public right-of-way and on private property after the COVID-19 emergency orders end? That leads to another question around, do the staff proposed pilot program guidelines and requirements adequately balance considerations around key issues, including safety, accessibility, equity, and operations? Next slide. So some additional questions. Does council wish to direct staff to create an ordinance to waive or modify certain land use regulations, such as use review requirements for businesses that wish to participate in outdoor dining in both the public right-of-way and on private property as part of a proposed 5-year pilot program? Next, does council wish to direct staff to pursue funding options to partially subsidize the capital costs associated with bringing existing outdoor dining extensions into compliance with the Boulder Revised Code and the proposed pilot program guidelines and requirements? Then, does council wish to direct staff to take steps necessary to continue or discontinue the temporary West End closure to vehicle traffic as it contemplates the possible addition of a future work plan item to develop a long-term downtown vision that includes shared street concepts? And finally, what additional community engagement does council desire moving forward regarding the pilot program and the temporary West End closure to vehicle traffic? So about 4 hours for this item tonight, maybe? Next slide, please. So first, some scoping considerations that we're seeking some guidance on. Next slide. We're wanting some guidance around the geographic parameters of our pilot program. Again, we were originally focused on a downtown Boulder pilot and are wanting to hear from council on expectations of maybe a citywide program. There are also some questions around seasonality. Should we be allowing outdoor dining year-round and letting restaurants or participating businesses decide whether or not they keep that equipment out during winter months? And then there are considerations around the use of public right-of-way. And what space should we be allowing businesses to expand to what extent? And would that be limited to on-street parking? Where should we be thinking about that on the Pearl Street Mall bricks? And there are other available spaces on sidewalks and other open spaces. We also have some considerations around private park property. A number of participating businesses have expanded into their private parking spaces or other open spaces, and that's another consideration for the program. And finally, there's the West End component. Again, it's intrinsic. The decisions that we make around outdoor dining are intrinsically connected to what we do on the West End. So next slide. We've attempted to summarize this range of options into a matrix. The first option could be council's will could be no, we are not going to extend these outdoor dining extensions, and we are not going to continue the vehicle West End closure. That outcome would lead to pretty much pre-pandemic conditions. We go back to the status quo that existed prior to May of 2020. The opposite end of that spectrum would be a continuation of outdoor dining with some requirements that staff is proposing, and also a continued closure to the West End as we consider our long-term strategies. In between, there's a variety of options could consider yes outdoor dining, but no to the continued closure on the west end, and then some seasonal components to each of those. And I know this matrix was included in your packet, so looking forward to maybe narrowing this down in our discussion tonight. Next slide. So when it comes to the proposed pilot program, next slide, we have a number of considerations that we have taken into account as we're working to really narrow in on what we are going to require businesses to do and provide guidelines for how we want to move forward. So these categories are safety, accessibility, equity, and operations. Safety, this is the level to which all people can access destinations and enjoy their use of the public right-of-way and outdoor dining infrastructure without any threat to life or limb. Accessibility is the level to which all people can easily reach desired destinations with unobstructed access within the public right-of-way, regardless of purpose, transportation mode, or ability. Equity is the level to which the city can reasonably facilitate an equal playing field among all businesses, as well as other legitimate uses of the public right-of-way. Operations would be the level to which staff and facility resources are impacted relative to our pre-pandemic conditions. Next slide. So when it comes to safety, I'm not going to read through all these things, but we're really wanting to make sure that we're protecting people from impacts when it comes to operating outdoors, from wind, snow, flood, other considerations. And then there's also interactions that happen in the public right-of-way. When it comes to operating in parking spaces, you are inherently operating close to vehicles, so making sure that people are safe from those types of components. And then in the hopefully unlikely event that bad things do happen, we need to understand what's the liability considerations for these extensions in the public right-of-way. Next slide. On the accessibility front, ADA is so important. Americans with Disabilities Act. So making sure that we are thinking about how all people might experience these spaces. So the photos that you see on the right, while it might look like a really inviting place to dine, you can't park your bike in that bike rack anymore because it's now being encroached upon by the park bench. The other dining space might look really inviting and cozy and warm in the winter, but if you're a person who uses a wheelchair, you cannot access that space. And I won't mention how the tree grate is not now able to get as much water to keep that tree alive with the platform over that surface. Next slide. When it comes to equity, we have folks who have been able to expand larger than others, and so there are some considerations around how much, should we be allowing individual businesses to expand in the right-of-way? And then is there a limitation on businesses that can participate, whether they are expanding onto private property, public right-of-way, whether they're a restaurant or another type of business, because the program that we did originally establish allowed retailers also to participate. Some other considerations are around whether or not, if we are subsidizing this program, are there some eligibility requirements for businesses? And then again, what are those other uses of the public right-of-way that we want to make sure that we can accommodate, even if we are allowing these private uses of the public right-of-way? Next slide. When it comes to operations, no matter what we do, there is a permitting implication for our planning department as they are seeking to identify who wants to participate in the program and how are we going to make sure that they're following the rules. We are pursuing modularity in this work to make sure that there's some consistent infrastructure that's predictable and easy to remove when there just are maintenance needs or special events happening or other considerations. If there is a seasonal component to this, we need to be thinking about where any of this equipment would be stored or who's responsible for that. And then who's responsible for putting it back out when the season starts up again. And finally, ongoing maintenance, from snow removal to street sweeping to repairs of both city infrastructure, curb and gutter, streets, and the infrastructure, the outdoor dining infrastructure itself. Who is responsible for that moving forward? Next slide. I'm not going to read through all these elements, but there are some proposals included in your packet that take on each of these different components as we're seeking to narrow in on what the exact guidelines and requirements are going to be for the program as we're working with council and the community moving forward. Next slide. But in that draft framework that we did include in the packet, we are proposing that we do allow restaurants to expand in the public right-of-way or private property, and we're exploring steps to help make sure that can happen. So this would be a citywide program where we're limiting participation to a maximum of 500 square feet per participating business. This would be a 5-year pilot program and proposed to be year-round or the discretion of the participating businesses. We would propose that this would end, or the program would begin, at the end of the COVID-19 emergency orders currently scheduled for August 31st. A revocable license would be required for this participation, and we're working to identify a preferred vendor list that if restaurants or participating businesses want to be fast-tracked through that permitting process, there are some vendors that we're looking at that can provide this infrastructure that provides that level of predictability that we are needing if we want this to move efficiently. Next slide. There also are a lot of considerations around how and who pays for this transition from whatever's out there now to this city-approved compliant infrastructure. As I mentioned, Council did approve the $250,000 in ARPA funds as part of the adjustment to base and the business recovery program. The CAGID, Central Area General Improvement District, we've also identified $50,000 in funding that can help support a program. The Colorado Department of Transportation has some revitalizing Main Street funds that we could be pursuing, and there's an opening call for those grant funds right now that we could pursue as part of this program. And then, if desired, we could also come and ask for additional appropriations if that's needed, depending on the guidance that you all provide this evening. Next slide. When it comes to how businesses would experience those funding options, we've presented 3 different options depending on who you are and how you want to participate. If you are expanding in the public right-of-way, we've identified an option A where individual businesses could pursue purchase of compliant infrastructure, and we could use the funds that Council has made available to us to subsidize a portion of their purchase, contingent on their transformation from whatever they have out there now to this compliant infrastructure. So acknowledging that folks have spent some dollars on equipment out on the street now, and we are requiring them to change that to new infrastructure, and we can make a grant available for those businesses. Maintenance and storage of those outdoor extensions would be the responsibility of the participating business. Another option to consider, if there are businesses that don't have capital assets available to them to do this bulk purchase or their own purchase of this outdoor parklet infrastructure, would be to participate in a city-funded program where the city could purchase in bulk a certain amount of outdoor dining parklet infrastructure, and then we would charge an annual rate commensurate to allowing for a 50% subsidy over time of the cost of that infrastructure. The maintenance and storage of that program might be on the city responsibility side or a partner that we're working with on that option. For private property, we're not suggesting that the city would be involved in purchasing infrastructure that would be placed on private property and leased out, but we would allow, we would consider allowing, with your guidance, a program that folks purchase their own compliant infrastructure. They would be able to apply for a grant reimbursement amount to be determined to help subsidize their transition from whatever they have out there now to the city compliant infrastructure. Again, their maintenance and storage of that infrastructure would be responsibility of that business. That leads us, next slide please, to some, no matter what direction we go, there are some regulatory considerations. Planning and Development Services has provided a script, and in lieu of having Edward walk up here and transition, I'm going to read through the script that they provided. Next slide, please. So many development types are required to be approved through the use review process. Use review is a discretionary land use approval that may be allowed if a particular use is demonstrated to be appropriate in the proposed location. The standards for use review are intended to ensure that such uses are compatible with and do not have adverse impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. Under the Land Use Code, use reviews are required for outdoor seating areas that are over 300 square feet in size and within 500 feet of a residential zoning district. This review is required in all mixed uses, business and downtown zoning districts that allow outdoor dining. Typical requirements relate to good neighbor practices, amplified and non-amplified sound, screening, and hours of operation. Also, during the pandemic, the city has allowed the use of parking lots on private property for outdoor seating areas. This permission may not be in compliance with approved planned unit development, site review, or other city approvals for the property. Throughout the pandemic, pursuant to the emergency orders, staff has not required compliance with these development regulations for the new outdoor seating areas that have been established. There are probably other requirements that may need to be modified as well as we continue to learn more about the outdoor seating pilot program. If the council wishes to continue the present arrangement for outdoor dining, it should consider an ordinance that authorizes the city manager to waive or modify land use code requirements to allow these outdoor seating areas to continue after the emergency orders expire for the duration of the pilot program. As noted, in the pilot program considerations, some of the anticipated impacts could be addressed in the permitting process. And so we do have a specific question for council this evening related to those considerations. Next slide, please. And that gets us to the West End closure. Next slide. We applied the same considerations, safety, accessibility, equity, and operations to what's being experienced on the West End. So when it comes to safety, the barriers are required to keep that space safe and clear from motor vehicles, but they are providing some delay or causing some delay for emergency access. There have been some witnesses of scooters and motorized vehicles still operating within the boundaries because they can fit through the openings. You can see a motorcycle parked on the sidewalk on the photo on the right. And the mall loop traffic, the one-way loop around the 4-block pedestrian mall, has been diverted to a certain point to other streets, and so could be causing some safety considerations there. The pickup and drop-off behavior that we're seeing of both people and freight has led to some unpredictable movements at the ends of these closures, and so just some safety considerations in that front. And then also we've noted some wrong-way traffic on the 10th Street stub. It's low volume, low speed, but some again more unpredictable behavior that can lead to some safety conflicts. Next slide. When it comes to accessibility, there are a number of ADA parking spaces within this West End area that are, of course, no longer accessible to people who need them, trying to get close to their destinations. Micromobility access is somewhat limited. We've been able to work with some of the restaurants to open some spaces back up, so we are able to get bikes and scooters through more efficiently now, but there was a challenge earlier in the closure. Again, I mentioned emergency access. And challenges around loading. You can see on the right here an example of a freight vehicle just parking where they can at the very end of the closure to take care of the business that they need. The hop, again, has been rerouted, and we have unused boarding areas that were just built probably about 4 or 5 years ago. And again, loading and unloading for passengers and freight is limited. Next slide. When it comes to equity, there's a lot of space that restaurants have been able to work with, and that's great if they have the capital resources and the staff resources to expand into those larger footprints. But those with less resources have been not able to do so. The fast casual restaurant business model seems to be suffering in this environment. They're not able to take advantage of the takeout nature that a lot of folks have been employing during the pandemic, and so that's been, folks like Chipotle and the Banh Mi shop didn't make it, and that might not be the only reason, but I do know that another business that is still there has been communicating some struggles in that regard. And then, of course, there's still some challenges around special event uses. While the space is open, it's not entirely accessible if you want to be getting vehicles in there for setup or staging. And then we would say that sit-down business models for restaurants certainly seem to be showing some more success in this area. Next slide. When it comes to operations, snow removal has been challenging. It's been getting done. but it continues to be a consideration. General maintenance of the space is just, it's more limited with this closure. The concrete barriers have just made it less efficient. It's harder for us to we can't get plows in through there, so things need to be hand shoveled or smaller vehicles are being used. Finally, folks are using the space for other purposes. You can see an example here where during the winter months, unused outdoor dining furniture has been stored in the space, as well as snow, because there's no identified place to put it. Next slide. We've also done some analysis on sales tax revenue. So based on what we've discovered, it seems that the West End has not been recovering as quickly as other parts of the city when it comes to eating places. Correlation does not necessarily mean causation, so there might be some other components that have led to this, but our data is showing that in 2021, eating places on the West End were at 59% of 2019 levels, where restaurants or eating places citywide were at 88% of 2019 levels. So that is a significant difference, and there might be other causes for that, but it's just an important thing that we thought was interesting and could help your discussion this evening. Next slide. Now on to some of the engagement and feedback that we've done. Next slide. We have been to the Downtown Management Commission twice. Originally, we were doing this work focused on a downtown Boulder pilot, so that's where we were focusing a lot of our engagement. In that, we also did a survey to the downtown community, including residents, businesses, workers, and visitors. We got 836 responses to that, but again, that was very focused on a downtown pilot program. And more recently, given the inclusion of the West End closure part of this conversation, we approached all the businesses that are operating within that closure and got 47 responses to that survey last month and early this month. What's not on here is we actually also did an interview with the Center for People with Disabilities to talk about some of the accessibility challenges, and we got great feedback from them, and I believe that was included in your packet. Next slide. Our conversations with DMC, they agreed that the city did the right thing, and we did have a responsibility in responding to the original COVID-19 impacts and the restrictions on indoor capacity. But they expressed concern about equity considerations. If the programs were to continue, they wanted to make sure that we were approaching it thoughtfully when it comes to the requirements and guidelines. And they had particular concerns about continuation around the West End closure and operational and equity challenges there. Next slide. In the outdoor dining survey of the downtown stakeholders, when asked about how outdoor dining contributed to living, working, or visiting downtown Boulder, a strong majority of respondents across all fronts indicated a significant improvement or some improvement. Moving on to the next slide. When we asked businesses specifically in that survey how outdoor dining impacted their business, again, a majority of businesses, both restaurants and other businesses, said it was very positive or somewhat positive. Next slide. Next slide. When asking restaurants in that downtown survey, I think there are about 54 restaurants, downtown Boulder restaurants, responded in that survey. More than 50% said they were very likely or somewhat likely to participate in a continuation of an outdoor dining program. This was before we posed any sort of fee option. The next question, next slide. When we posed two different fee options, one at $50 per square foot, another one at $35 per square foot, the folks who said they were very likely to participate in a program did not change. The folks who went from kind of a skeptical, not sure at the $50 level moved into at least the somewhat likely level. So at $35 per square foot, a majority of restaurants who said that they were interested in an outdoor dining program beyond the COVID-19 emergency were still either likely or some or very likely to participate at a $35 per square foot level. Next slide. When we approached the businesses specifically on the West End closure and we asked them about the impact that the West End closure and outdoor dining has had on business, a majority of restaurants have indicated a very positive impact, and a majority of retailers have indicated a very positive impact. Other types of businesses, these are second floor businesses or service, just non-retail and non-restaurants, it's been more mixed, with more of them falling into the either neutral or somewhat negative category. Next slide. When we asked them about factors that they experienced during the closure, a majority of restaurants and retailers indicated an increase in foot traffic and more activity in the area, but they also were acknowledging, at least a number of them, that there are increased parking challenges. Again, non-retail, non-restaurants were more likely to indicate a decrease in visibility or access to their business, or less foot traffic, sorry. Some other considerations that we heard was from restaurants who, while they were allowed to expand, they might not have the staff resources or capacity to actually take advantage of that opportunity. So that was just something that we heard in that other category. Next slide. When we straight out asked them what their preferred action was after the end of the emergency orders, we got mixed response, but a majority of the responses came in suggesting that they wanted to continue to keep the West End closed to vehicle traffic. But I would say that it is mixed. 41% of restaurants suggested they want to keep it closed, while 35% said they want it to be reopened to traffic with no outdoor dining in parking spaces. And so while there might be a stronger preference to keeping it closed, I would say this is not a statistically valid survey approach, and so it is an information point and important for council to consider that we're not seeing strong consensus one way or the other on the issue. So with that, next slide, we can get into questions that council has for staff. I imagine there might be a couple. And then we can get into the questions that staff has for council.
Great. So yeah, let's start with questions for staff. Then we can take your questions for us one by one after we get through our questions for you. Who's got questions? I see Tara. Junie.
Chris, would you mind telling us where exactly the information on the Center for Disabilities is?
That's a really good question. If it was not included in this packet, maybe I think it was included in the information item. It's been some time since we had that conversation with them. It might have been in the February information item.
And I'm just going to follow up because I was going to ask the same question. I did not see it in the memo. If it's possible for somebody real quick, email us that so we can review it a little bit.
Absolutely. We recorded the meeting as well, so
great.
It was a good conversation.
Junie?
Thank you. I just have a quick question about the slides and the surveys. And my question to you, when you were doing the surveys, and I see some of them, you have hundreds of responses. For the West End, did you by any chance separate or bifurcate, is that the word, these businesses that were impacted, or did you just lump them all together and then you get the results? Does that make sense?
I believe we have Jennifer Pinsonneau, who is on Zoom, who might be able to speak specifically to how we cross-tabulated some of those impacts. We do have the capability. I don't know that in the analysis that was specifically pulled out, that we did cross-tabulations to understand how different types of businesses may have responded to different types of impacts other than what we've communicated.
And I'm not seeing Jennifer in the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yvette Bowden, come on up.
Sorry, that's come on down, I think.
Hey, it's always good to get a come up.
Right.
Good evening, Council. Yvette Bowden, Assistant City Manager. It was lumped together for the first survey. We could go back to that raw data and pull, well, Jennifer could go back to that raw data and pull out West End businesses versus otherwise. I do not believe that we asked them their address at that time. In the subsequent survey, where you're seeing only the 84 responses, that is restricted to the West End respondents, And I also want to acknowledge the awesome city team in the back that went door to door to ask those questions. And also Downtown Boulder Partnership that was so helpful in that outreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvette.
To answer
Thank
your
you.
question?
Thank you very much.
Okay, Bob, then I'll call on myself.
Chris, in the memo and in one of your slides, you talked about a couple of options on, and this is just on public property, not private property. One being that the restaurant would pay a licensing fee for the right-of-way access, which I know has been a program the city's had for many, many years, long before COVID. But they would bring their own regulation-compliant modula with them, or materials with them. And the second alternative option was that they would pay just a fixed fee that would include both that license fee and kind of effectively a rental or an amortized cost of that module. So I understood all that. That made a lot of sense. Is there could we provide both options to restaurants and let them pick? In other words, I assume that when you calculated what the rental fee would be under the second option, you kind of made some assumptions about economies of scale and how many people would participate. And so if you assumed 100 restaurants were going to do it and did the math on that, and only 10 of them actually opted into that, that might kind of screw up your math. So is there kind of a threshold that you need, threshold number of restaurants you need to participate in that second option in order to kind of stick with the numbers you quoted in the memo?
So in short, yes, I think we can accommodate both options. Option B, a city-run program, has some obvious efficiencies in fast-tracking work through permitting, but also some ongoing operational considerations. So option A would be more consistent with our pre-existing program, where folks can go it alone and apply for a revocable lease to expand into the public right-of-way and pay that annual fee that you suggested. And so I think that we can explore both options. There is certainly bulk discount that gets greater the more that we are able to purchase. The folks that we've been talking to on that front, it comes down to the discounts start at a minimum of 3 of these things, but the discount's smaller. And so the easy math on it is for every 1 additional parklet, you get 1% more discount off the total, up to 20 parklets. So 20 parklets or more, 20% off. 10 parklets, 10% off. And so there's certainly some scale there, and we need to make sure we go back and do the math, and then thinking about whether or not there's what the subsidy level is from the city. If that's something that council wishes to support, we'd need to go back and make sure our calculations are coming out right. But certainly be looking to target that $35 per square foot.
So that, just to follow up on that discount, volume discount maxes out at about 20 parklets. Is that right? 30 parklets on a per parklet basis is about the same cost as 20.
Correct.
So you'd be able to, I realize that there may be some efficiency to people going with the program, so to speak, and maybe the regulations are a little tougher to comply with if they brought their own module from a purely economic standpoint, as long as you had 20 restaurants opting into the city leased program, that is, the city or some partner provided it, you would max out on that discount. Is that right?
Correct.
And just roughly, just to put that 20 into context, roughly how many restaurants are participating in the outdoor dining program, at least on right-of-way property right now?
That's a very good question, and it's fluctuated. I think at the height of COVID, we had over 100 businesses participating in both the private property extensions and the public property extensions. I think at this point we're down to maybe about 20, but I don't know we haven't gone out and done reapplications, so it depends on if we're looking at right now today, the number has come back dramatically.
Okay.
But we're at the end of winter. I know that there are a number of applicants in for our summer extension, but that's not all been finalized yet.
Great, thanks. I'll have some other questions, but I'll leave it at that for now.
All right, I'll go ahead and go next. So one thing that was unclear to me, I may have missed it, was how for outdoor dining, public right-of-way versus private property, how would the city's required standards differ between those two cases?
That's a good question. I'd say that we're still wanting to explore that. Obviously, there are some key considerations if you're operating in a parking space next to a curb versus a private property extension. So I'd say that there's still some more work to do there that has not been fully baked yet.
Yeah, that's fine. I guess kind of where I was going was hoping that they would be different, because if you're in the right of way next to cars going by, that seems like a higher standard than if you fenced off a part of a private parking lot, for example, which seems like lower dangers there. You'd still want the ADA accessibility, but okay, so it's good to hear you're thinking about different standards in those two cases.
Great, and I just got some pings in. We are currently at 25 folks who have applied for alcohol containment. So that's where we're at right now with the program. And there are some folks that haven't applied for alcohol containment, so rough space. And so, but thank you.
Great. I had Rachel and then Matt. And then
I'm last.
And then Mark's last.
Saving the best for last. Okay, which isn't me. So one question, I don't know if it's currently happening or not, but could you have a combination? Like, could 3 restaurants next to each other go in together for that 500 feet and have like a, like you have at Avanti or Rosetta Hall kind of situation, or Rayback?
In theory, yes. If you can find 3 restaurants that are right next door to each other that actually want to work together.
Or on the same block, like, especially if we're making it all, if we go with, I think it's option B, where it would be uniform. Like,
right.
Right now it's got, in some spots, a more cluttered, chaotic feel. Have restaurants or staff given any thought to making it more of a combo outdoor dining experience?
I'd say it depends on the context. So if it comes to the liquor code, folks will still need to have demarcation between their licenses. If folks want to work together to purchase this infrastructure in bulk that's compliant, I can certainly go back with the planning staff and explore how we can make sure we're still permitting it appropriately, as long as they're not out of compliance with some of the liquor code that we are out of control on.
Okay, that makes sense. And you had mentioned like some of the smaller, I don't know, volume restaurants maybe couldn't afford some of the larger outlays, so that might help with equity, theoretically?
It certainly could.
Okay, and then just a question that we've gotten some comments about the propane tanks. I assume whatever we're going forward with does have like a heating component. Like, is it visualized that people would still be allowed to use those? And I asked for maybe 2 reasons. One, it seems like when we're trying to model this on Europe, maybe there's not a lot of propane heaters out there. I don't remember them. Maybe they are. And second, to the extent that there are still enclosures involved, like we did make it unlawful to have propane inside of a tank last year, or inside of a tent last year, so that feels a little bit incongruous.
So right now, in our draft guidelines and requirements, we are suggesting that there would be no tenting structures, nothing over the 3-foot walls other than maybe heat lamps, which those are things that we see in the private or the outdoor dining previous extensions prior to the COVID pandemic, or umbrellas or things like that. But when it comes to these structural components, we've seen a lot of issues when it comes to wind, weather, the desire to heat or cool. We have air conditioners that are operating out in these spaces as well. So we are proposing, at least in our draft guidelines and requirements, that we would not be allowing any of those larger structures moving forward.
But we would still have propane tanks, just like, I mean, you could have like the tall heaters that are propane fueled still.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, first, Yvette, if you're still here, thanks for all your hard work and getting this going for the last few years with outdoor dining, and Chris, thanks for all your work with that, but also taking the helm and continuing to move us forward. My question centered around kind of this sort of annual permit and the timing of when our temporary piece ends here in August and when the sort of new permitting cycle begins. One is that sort of is still in kind of peak summer outdoor dining time in our community, and so I'm kind of wondering that is there a transition built in that? in terms of when that happens, do you just need to be committed and you'll be given sort of a grace period over a certain amount of time from which to install the modular, or start the permitting process if we want to relax our land use regulations or create some sort of ordinance? So I'm just kind of wondering, if you're already got outdoor dining set up and you want to go through the permitting process, that you're still allowed to use it while you're in process permitting. The last thing I'm concerned about is if you invest that kind of money and then you got to throw it away while you're in permitting process to then only bring it back. So I want to make sure that that area is covered in that capacity, and really just sort of wanting to make sure that we're not forcing change right in the middle of the busy season. And if there's a time to say maybe on the backside of winter, in early spring when we're starting to really come back up, that's a time for install. So I didn't quite pick up on the timing of that in the presentation, so if I missed that, my apologies. And then the other part, the really other question would be timing of the ordinance. I know we have general statutory requirements of doing an ordinance, but I'm kind of curious when we thought, if we wanted to go down that path, when that might get done. Would it be done before August, or would that sort of leak work plan-wise?
Those are all really good questions, and I think the whole packet relates back to the emergency orders. And so that's really, we certainly have no intention of pinning ourselves into a corner, but we also wouldn't suggest that our outdoor dining conversation should drive when an emergency is ending. And so we certainly want to take into consideration the nuances of, if emergency orders are ending August 31st, is there a way through other avenues, working with our cross-departmental team, that can allow that slow transition to compliance? And so we can certainly, in our next touch with you all, as we get the guidance tonight and move forward, we will take that issue that you've raised into consideration and let you know what we can do in that regard.
I appreciate that. And the other question is sort of back to Bob's question, sort of that had kind of touched on cost a little bit. And one was, some of this is based on 5 years, and so I'm kind of curious if would cost substantially change for restaurants if it was amortized out over maybe 7 or 10 years? Like, would that lower the barrier of entry? Again, kind of coming back to an equity perspective to make sure everybody has a good opportunity to get into that. Would that change the math more or less in that capacity?
We would have to take a closer look at that. I mean, so there certainly is an amortizing schedule that led to the amounts that we were looking at, and so you adjust any of those variables, you're going to come out with some different numbers. And so I would say we'd need to have a conversation about those assumptions that went into those numbers and make sure that we're thinking around some of those equity considerations and make sure we're thinking about those variables. I would say, even with option A, if folks buy their own equipment, our current lease rate off the bricks is $13.13 per square foot and $18.75 per square foot on the bricks. That could change. That likely will change over time. And so, yeah, there are variables that that we won't know until the world changes, and we'll learn more. And that's kind of the nature of the pilot as well, is we want to have that time to learn about these things, to determine after that 5 years, what is the right amount to be charging, and what are the adjustments that we need to make.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Mark, then Lauren, then Bob.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to shamelessly jump on Matt's comment. I think you may be cutting it a little close in terms of everything that needs to be decided and implemented by August. And so I think some thought should be given to rolling this through October before we make restaurants actually change everything and move into the new system. There are just a lot of moving parts to this. My own questions are a little different. You made a reference to vandalism. Have we experienced a lot of vandalism with respect to the outdoor facilities?
I guess it'd be define a lot. I do know that there was a notorious event on Halloween of last year that did lead to a lot of damage and destruction of infrastructure on Pearl Street. And I would say in general, throughout the city, we experience vandalism on a daily basis, not necessarily associated with the outdoor dining infrastructure, but it is a concern that we need to keep in mind as we're implementing infrastructure, whether it's for outdoor dining or anything else.
Well, at least under the first two options you've proposed, who would be responsible for damage repair? City or the restaurateur?
At this point, it's yet to be determined.
Okay.
We likely would be wanting to pursue some sort of maintenance agreement with individual businesses or a partner like the Downtown Boulder Partnership for any of those parklets that are within the downtown boundaries. So I'd say it's probably going to depend.
And in a 500 square foot facility, how many seats can you get? Do you have any sense of that?
Oh, I am not a restaurant designer, but it probably depends on the ambiance that you're going for.
Okay, fair enough. And my last question, I've just got to ask it because I don't really understand. On page 11 of the memo, under equity, there's a sentence that begins, height restrictions of 3 feet and prohibition of closed-in structures and roofs is recommended out of safety. What is the 3-foot height restriction? We don't
That's
have-
associated with alcohol licensing. So if you want to serve alcohol, that is the height requirement for your barriers between general public space and service space.
Oh, okay. The sentence didn't reference the what you were talking about. So I'm looking at it and saying, are we going to be serving 3-foot tall Boulder residents? Where are we going to find them?
Children are not going to be served.
All right. Fair enough. Thank you. Those are my
Mayor,
questions.
if I may.
Yeah, well, it's like at the amusement park. She must be this tall.
I love it. Maybe we can build that into the structures. I just wanted to say 2 things. One is, and wanted to clarify, in the February 1st packet that we sent, there was a reference to the outreach that was done with our group on disabilities, the people with disabilities. There was a notion there that the video link is available upon request, and it sounds like there is request or there's some desire. So we will make sure to send that around, but just wanted to make sure that we're trying to find that, but you're not going to be able to listen to it right now tonight on the dais. So I wanted to clarify that. And to the question about the orders, I'll say that we hear you, right? Our public health orders, our emergency orders have been around public health considerations. We are not proposing that the outdoor dining concept be what drives it, although we will look at numbers when we get to August about whether there is a safety consideration, depending on where our COVID numbers are, to expand because it is a public health need to do so. And do that, and then we'll take a look at that in August about what that is. But we want to really be clear and talk about additional options that we have, because if the numbers do not support maintaining those emergency orders for that purpose, are there other vehicles that we can use if we hear from you all a strong desire to expand that?
If I can just follow up on that, if people don't mind. There was a suggestion from Chip of the Downtown Boulder Partnership in an email this afternoon that perhaps the partnership could apply for a special use permit for a couple of months to bridge that end of the emergency orders to end of the season. Does that seem like something that potentially might work?
That is certainly something the working group has discussed and we can explore further. Absolutely.
Cool. So I think we got Lauren up next, but did you want to colloquy on the same issue?
No, I don't.
Okay. So we got Lauren, Bob, Matt, and Nicole.
Thanks. I had a sort of similar question to Bob, but related to the seasonal opening and closing of parklets. Is there like a threshold there? Could we allow some to opt in and some to opt out of seasonal closure? Or does it really, as you've been thinking about it, need to be an all or nothing kind of situation on that front?
I think we'd have to contemplate that a little bit more. I don't know that we've gotten into that level of nuance of it would tie back to the permitting process on how do we keep track of who's doing what for what period of time, without creating a huge burden on staff of making sure that we're getting out there to inspect those facilities and making sure people are following the rules and doing what they said they were going to be doing. So we need to explore that nuance further. If there is some desire for seasonality, then then we would need to be really thoughtful about those parameters. And if it is more of a let folks go as they prefer, then that would be a different approach.
Okay, thank you. And then I had another question about, there was we have funding set aside currently through our sort of ARPA allocation, and I was just wondering, with the number of businesses that are currently utilizing the outdoor dining program, if we were to look at that, sort of what level of subsidy for what percentage of those businesses would that money be providing? Like, are we getting to that $35 number per square foot for all businesses that currently are using it, or are we getting half of the way there? Do you have any sense of that?
Not at this moment. I know that the spectrum of possibility is, we've seen some examples. For instance, San Francisco has provided a flat grant of $2,500 per transition from whatever's out there now to the city-approved infrastructure. That's one end of the spectrum. We have other communities that have funded the infrastructure 100%, with no ask of the participating businesses. It's kind of just a here you go. We're helping out. So we're seeking that guidance from you all today to try to understand where maybe on that spectrum we need to be moving toward.
Thank you.
Bob?
Really, two follow-up questions. One on equity and cost, and the other on access, which we really haven't gotten into yet. But I wanted to follow up first on equity and cost, a point that Matt raised. And the picture that's on our screen here in the chambers probably makes my point. I assume that whatever regulations you come up with as far as size and quality and safety and so on and so forth are going to be different on the street, for example, than they are beyond the bricks. I mean, for no other reason than there's not going to be a car driving down these bricks. And so the picture on our screen shows just kind of a table and some chairs. And do you really need the big, bulky, protective modular unit on the bricks the way you would need it in a parklet? Or are you going to have two different standards?
The infrastructure that we are currently looking at, the modular infrastructure, can accommodate different types of working environments. And so you are correct, and yes, we would not require large platforms in addition to the bricks that since we have that flat surface for ADA accessibility. Alcohol service still does require the 3-foot wall, and so we are looking at some consistency in the side structures. But obviously on the bricks, we would not require that intensity of use or infrastructure for the surface on the ground.
Okay, so you'll have different standards depending on the conditions.
Correct.
Including safety, ADA, and then of course the liquor rules always come into play. Okay, changing gears a little bit. I'll talk a little bit about access because we haven't touched on that too much. One of the challenges I think on West Pearl is, unlike the rest of the mall and other parts of downtown where people who have mobility challenges can usually park pretty close. We've got handicap parking on 11th Street, we've got handicap parking on 13th and on 14th, so you can usually get to your part of the mall and park relatively close if you have accessibility issues. Similarly, I know that at least during COVID, we've done a pretty good job of creating little places for people to park temporarily and dash in and pick up their takeout order. And I know we have this new 10 or 15-minute rule, which is great. Could we do something similar in West Pearl between 9th and 11th? It's a long stretch from 9th to 11th, and I think some of the challenges with that stretch is there's not really a great place for someone with a handicap sticker, let's say, on their car to park really close to that's not really anything on 9th, and 11th can be far away, especially if they're going down in the direction of 9th. Could we better utilize 10th Street, which of course 10th doesn't cut through, but it does go to and stops at Pearl Street. And right now we have half of 10th blocked off at the alley and the southern part blocked off. But could we turn, or maybe I should ask the question differently, what would be the challenges in turning 10th Street for its entire distance from Spruce down to Pearl into a place where traffic can go both ways? I know it's only one way right now, but it could go both ways. A cul-de-sac at the end, at the southern end, so people could turn around and go back the other direction, and actually with lots and lots of handicap parking, and maybe some spots for people to pick up to-go orders. I looked at on Google Satellite earlier today, and it looks like there's over 30 striped parking spaces on the two sides of 10th between Spruce and Pearl. So it seems to me that we could make that a lot of handicap parking and a lot of pickup parking between Spruce and Pearl. So tell me the reasons why we couldn't or wouldn't do that from a traffic engineering standpoint.
Well, I am not a traffic engineer, and I do know that Devin Joslin is on the call, but I would like to maybe take a step back before, unless we want to get into the nuances of street design and turning radii, that is a concept that could be explored and evaluated among other concepts that have been suggested in this conversation, knowing that there are a number of trade-offs in whether or not we keep the West End closed and things that we need to mitigate or accept. And so while that's possibly a perfectly viable idea, some time and effort would need to be expended on evaluating that next to other ideas that we have heard that might better mitigate some of the challenges. We have not had the time or capacity to do that level of analysis yet. And that's part of what we are suggesting we need to do without presuming that maybe there's a specific end in mind, and maybe that will be the end that we come to, but it will require a certain amount of evaluation and work.
We just bought you an extra 2 months, so.
And it might take a little bit longer than that.
Okay, we can get you more time.
And good enough, Bob. Devin, I appreciate you popping up. It sounds like we got probably what we needed from Chris.
That's good enough for now. Thanks,
you.
Devin.
Good enough. All right, so we got Matt, and then Nicole.
So question about sort of annual permitting, and this really just comes from, restaurants already dealing with lots of things they have to do, lots of hoops they have to jump through, lots of permits like liquor licenses and other things. How would we want to fit this in as seamlessly as possible? And that's really kind of my question is, do we want to kind of say like it's calendar year and therefore, at least for staff, it just comes in as one bulk, there's your chance, you process it, you move on, versus just it constantly peppering throughout the whole year kind of thing? And so I'm just sort of curious because it's just one more piece that they have to kind of do every year. And so trying to sort of lower some of that burden as well for them. And so I'm just wondering if there's been thoughts on how to integrate that kind of process for restaurants and anybody utilizing an outdoor dining into the system and processes that they already undertake and have to deal with quite a lot of administration for.
I'm not sure I am the best person to respond to that question because I know that relates to a lot of different processes at the city, and I'm not sure if Edward Stafford wants to come up and speak to that. But I see him making his way down. Come on down, Edward.
Well, thank you. Edward Stafford, Senior Manager in Planning and Development Services. So part of what we'd actually would look at is what has to be an annual basis, which may be more about the fee, versus some of the fee pieces, which may be a longer basis. Part of what we also have to account for is what do we have administrative rights under the charter and under the Boulder Revised Code that we can do. So for example, in the lease of public space, we can only do that administratively if it's less than 3 years. And so we'll have to watch what those dates and what those renewals can be. And we're used to that. We do that on a very regular basis with patios that were permitted long before the emergency orders that you see out there. And so those would be the things we'd be pulling together for that. We are looking and want to have the least administrative burden case for our own well-being and for our restaurants out there. And so we would not want to necessarily see something that has to be done with a complete new process every year. We also have to take into account as a part of that what the liquor licensing requirements are. And I know they also would prefer not to have to repeat that process every single year. And there are limitations to how long we can do it. More than likely in a 5-year pilot, there's going to be two, the initial and a renewal period that will probably be necessary, especially for those that are being looked at in the right-of-way in the city's property.
That's very helpful. Thank you for clarifying that. I think there's, it sounds like there's room for us to kind of work on that versus it being sort of a fixed outcome with regards to those permits.
Correct.
Awesome.
Big thing we want to make sure is that they're not having to pay all of that money for 5 years up front, recognizing that's a cash flow issue. And so there's abilities to do that on an annual basis.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you, and thanks for once again answering our many, many questions about all these things. My question is about the draft financing options. And as I understand it, in all of these cases, the city would be reimbursing or offsetting some of the expenses for some of the infrastructure. Am I understanding that correctly?
That would be the intent of using
Okay.
dollars to offset.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure I understood that part correctly before I get to my question. So my real question is just around, infrastructure needs to be replaced after a while, right? So, we have some money to help out with some of these costs now. What happens in 5 or 10 years? Like, where does the money for replacing some of that infrastructure come from at that point? And I guess my question is, where is future council going to find the money for replacing some of the infrastructure?
It's a really good question. I think it depends on the option that we want folks to pursue. If it's the option where they pay their revocable license fee for the use of the public right-of-way and they own the infrastructure, then if it gets to a point that it is not being kept in repair, then the city can exercise its right to revoke that revocable license, and we can make sure that the aged infrastructure is removed. When it comes to a program where the city does a bulk purchase, that was part of the accounting that we were looking at and trying to make sure that we were narrowing in on an amount that could accommodate for future replacement over an anticipated 10-year lifespan of infrastructure, presuming that after those 5 years, the program wants to continue.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, then the money would come from some of the fees and things along the way. We would just be kind of saving that and banking it for replacement costs in the future.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question was that it seems like staff is not recommending maintaining the West Pearl closure, the vehicle closure, and I'm wondering if I'm understanding that correctly, or if you are preferring to not take a stance and just provide us with information. Just kind of wondering there.
That's a really good question. Thanks for putting me on the spot. Staff did not provide a specific recommendation to discontinue the closure. I'd say that a lot of the data that we have is across the board. When it comes to the considerations that city staff would take into account, our inclination is to certainly be more conservative and would suggest that the closure to vehicle traffic discontinue for the time being in its current format, so that we can have the time to explore other possibilities while not having to also deal with what we're experiencing out there right now. But we acknowledge that a lot of folks in the community have said that they really like it. And even the business community on the closure did not come out in a strong enough majority to make it seem like there's full consensus on keeping it closed or open. So we have been hesitant to provide a specific recommendation, but we would certainly err more towards being conservative and acknowledge that any other time outside of emergency orders, we wouldn't have just arbitrarily close a street unless there was some sort of emergency, that water main break or something that needed to happen that required that immediate closure without a more thorough process, and we just haven't had the time to do that type of process yet.
Thank you.
All right, can we move? Oh, Tara. Yep.
I didn't have to deal with this microphone while we were on Zoom.
But there's no mute button now.
That's true.
For better or for worse.
Thanks for that. Thanks for reminding me I couldn't find the mute button. I appreciate it. When it comes to that outdoor furniture, the modules, are they affected at all by weather? So if we did have seasonal closures, would it help the life of those structures? Or it doesn't matter?
It's a really good question. I don't think we know enough for sure, in the sense of it might be 6 of one, half dozen of the other, in leaving the infrastructure out in the elements throughout the winter with snow plowing and ice mitigation. There are some impacts there, but physically taking everything apart and storing it, and then pulling it all back out again might have some other impacts. So we just don't know yet.
So maybe in some ways, if the people, if the different restaurants, et cetera, had their own furniture and their own structures, it might be easier for them to store it. These are pretty large, hefty pieces, correct? Or you don't think that makes a difference?
I'd have to think more about that. It would be easier for the city, for sure, if individual restaurants maintained and stored their own equipment. But at least the infrastructure that we're looking at is designed to be easily stored in a compact way.
Okay.
And so that's part of the consideration in this vendor selection
Well, that's
process.
really good to know. And the $35, I know Bob was earlier talking about that it's $18 and then $13, so that the $35 includes that already. So it's not really $35 extra dollars.
Correct.
Okay. And my last question is if we do extend it to October, can we remove some of the unseemly structures before October, or do they have to stay there until October? That's my question.
That's a good question.
I mean, can we extend it and then still ask people to start removing the structures that are unseemly way before that?
I would presume that we could find some folks who would willingly work with us if once we have some decisions around what the post-pandemic emergency order program is going to look like. We might have some folks who want to work with us in the near term. I'd say the challenge being is the summer months are the busiest months, and so folks are going to be really interested, not necessarily in the transition, but what's the impact of their ability to operate even for a short period of time. So if we can make that transition really quick and easy, then we might find some folks who want to work with us. But if we end up extending for some, then presumably we would need to extend for all, and then it'd be a volunteer basis if folks want to transition sooner.
Okay, we got Junie, and then maybe we can move on to answers.
Yeah, I have a question about the expansion or extension until October. Will we have to do another survey? How will you ensure that people who at first thought, okay, this was just gonna be until, is it August or September? And then it's extended a little bit longer, how are you gonna get their buy-in? If, you know, their hope is this would be because they're community members or businesses who are ready for this closure to end and for us to go back to normal. So how will you ensure you get their buy-in?
Thank you for that question. I think it's kind of twofold in the sense of the emergency orders are the emergency orders, and that's really the date that we're looking at. And right now they're extended for this particular element of the COVID-19 response through August 31st.
Yeah.
If numbers continue to rise as they seem to be doing right now, we might find ourselves in a position that we want to continue those orders to the end of October or the end of the year. I'd say that there's still a lot of unknowns in the emergency orders. Regardless, we want to get to a point where we can adequately and accurately communicate to the restaurants what that post-emergency order condition will be. And whether that's September 1st or January 1st or May 1st of 2023, I'd say that's the other piece.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Well, let's hit the answers to your questions. And so I will note we've got a lot of these to answer. So if we spend a half an hour on each of them, we'll be here all night. So let's see if we can move forward through them. I know we'll have some comments, but hopefully on some of them we can just say yes or no. Or
Great.
So I think you have slides that have them.
Yeah, do you want to? Thank you, John.
Okay, so I guess I can just read it here. So our first one, does council wish to direct staff to expand the working scope beyond downtown and continue developing guidelines and requirements to allow for an outdoor dining pilot program citywide in both the public right-of-way and on private property after the COVID-19 emergency orders end? And I've got a thumbs up over here. I've got all kinds of thumbs up. Mine too. Yay. That was a good one. Any quick comments on?
Just one quick comment. We got in our economic report that restaurants in the hospitality industry are going to lag behind just about every other business in terms of their recovery out of COVID. into at least 2025. And so I just, as a preface for all of this that we're doing, whether it be through ARPA, through outdoor dining, through what it is, I think it's just critical that we remember that's a heavily impacted part of our business community that's going to lag behind the others. And so it just sort of speaks to the need for us to really try to give them the support to get them through that extended period of hard times, which they've already had and will continue to have beyond many other businesses in our community.
Point taken. Next, do the staff proposed pilot program guidelines and requirements adequately balance considerations around key issues including safety, accessibility, equity, and operations? People are a little slower here. We got Nicole.
I just want to ask a question about this question. When I've been thinking about this decision, I've been thinking about the beautiful table you made us that shows the matrix, right? And I'm just wondering, is this referring to a specific row in the matrix? Is this just sort of in general? Trying to figure out how to scope my answer.
Actually, I might ask, that matrix may have been about the West Pearl closure, and we're currently talking about outdoor dining pilot program. Do I have that right?
It's both, and I'm happy to
Okay,
answer
so explain better,
the
please.
question. So it's kind of iterative, where we are seeking some guidance tonight. We are narrowing down on some of those requirements, and so it's not fully baked yet on what those requirements are going to be, and it is contingent on both the West End closure. For instance, if the West End closure does not continue, then the requirement on the West End is going to, for any outdoor dining extensions, would be there needs to be a barrier between traffic and the outdoor dining space. So it is interconnected. So this question, maybe if I could go back, I would rephrase it a little bit because we're not quite fully there yet, but it does relate back to that table of we need to get to a point where we are accommodating all the safety considerations, but acknowledging that depending on where council goes tonight, there might be more we need to do around some of the other components for equity, accessibility, and operations.
Thanks for explaining that better. But but the point say that this is about outdoor dining specifically,
Correct.
rather than the West Pearl, just to be clear. Yeah.
So without necessarily agreeing with every guideline or requirement, yes, I believe that this has been adequately balanced.
Yeah, we got a thumbs up. Yeah. Okay, sorry, go ahead. Well, we got a couple. Bob, Mark.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to get the same kind of qualified answer that Rachel just did. I mean, generally, yes, but a couple of things that we mentioned, or at least some of us mentioned, is some degree of flexibility in the restaurants. So, for example, the flexibility on whether they bring their own modular unit or the city leases it to them. I get the fact that there's a volume discount there, so that you may not be able to provide that flexibility, but if you can, that'd be great. Same with along the lines of what Lauren raised about flexibility around seasonality. Some may want to and some may not want to, so I don't know if we want to prescribe one thing or the other. And then again, I'd urge staff, as you develop those guidelines, to really focus on access and how do we, particularly when it comes to West Pearl, I know we're talking about dining generally, but access to ensure wherever this outdoor dining is, it does provide access, because I know we did this kind of quickly back in May of 2020, and now we're kind of catching up to that, and I want to make sure that whatever you do does have an access consideration. I know you've been thinking about it, so I guess I'd give it a qualified yes.
Okay, Mark, Matt?
Also a qualified yes. I'm going to piggyback on Bob's comment. I think there needs to be a little more emphasis on accessibility, particularly for those who are more challenged in terms of mobility. And I'd like us not to create a dining experience that only some can enjoy. And so I would encourage a little more, a more detailed look at that issue and how we're going to address it.
So we got Matt, Nicole, Ginny, or Nicole, Matt. Sorry. Okay. Apparently, it's getting a little later now. What's your name again? Lauren. All right. Where's it? Lauren, then Matt.
I was just going to give another qualified yes answer. I think for me, it's more about like the general framework that you've laid out, I think is really balanced. As we dive into the details, I think that opinions might start to shift more. That there's going to be some more controversial things that come up.
Yes, so we're qualifying a lot of our answers. So I'll sort of stay on trend. The one consideration that I'd like to see us build in, and I know that we're starting that, is the long-term future of the downtown corridor, and where this and the other improvements we may do fit into that. And so I think, not only meeting the needs of today, but like we're thinking about with so many other things, are we building the infrastructure and needs for tomorrow? And I think that's a consideration I'd like to see over the next few years as we start to build out that larger downtown program. But I think that's an essential piece I'd love to see in part of this as well.
Thanks. Junie?
Oh, you got to me quickly. Thank you. It's a yes for me as well. And I think there was a question that was brought to you about maintenance. What does that will look like? And I think maybe that's something that definitely your team need to look into, because I'm thinking, okay, you said, well, maybe the city will do it, maybe the downtown partnership. Does that mean we will have to hire more staff? And what does that look like, especially now during this COVID pandemic? So that's something to consider. But overall, I think that's a very thoughtful process that you've been through, and thank you for bringing it forward.
I'll just call myself. Yeah, I think you're going in a really good direction. You've been very thoughtful about those guidelines. I'll echo the thing about flexibility, that that potential for some people to do their own thing and other people to join in with the city program. Maybe some people could be seasonal if they can manage the transition on their own and not impose a substantial burden on the city with that. So if we can find ways to be flexible, I think that'd be good. And also just to that public versus private, just on the private property, if we can keep the regulations minimal and really stick to ADA accessibility, safety, the required alcohol rules, but not try to layer a whole bunch of extra on, because I think as opposed to the parklets where you're in the right of way, and I think you need to be more careful. It seems like on the private property you can be a little more forgiving. Anything else on this, or we move to the next one? Yep.
One, I guess, is an observation. Matt made me think of this when he's talked about thinking about downtown holistically and long term. I just want to remind us that when the voters approved the community culture, resilience, and safety tax in November, one of the things that we committed to the voters was that $4 million of that money would be allocated to a Pearl Street refresh. Mm-hmm. That money hasn't really been allocated or spent yet, and so in addition to the ARPA money, theoretically, we could use some of that money for whatever infrastructure that might be developed around outdoor dining, particularly around the West End. So I just don't want to forget about that $4 million that's kind of hanging on out there.
Great point. What do we got next? Does council wish to direct staff to create an ordinance to waive or modify certain land use regulations, such as use review requirements for businesses that wish to participate in outdoor dining in both public right-of-way and private property as part of the proposed 5-year pilot program? I'm seeing lots of thumbs up. I totally agree. I'll just say, and I would go pretty far with this. And again, things not related to safety, ADA accessibility, let's let people do this easily. Everybody loves outdoor dining, right? It's such a pleasure to be able to sit al fresco with your friends. So, okay, well, good enough on that. Next, does council wish to direct staff to pursue funding options to partially subsidize the capital costs associated with bringing existing outdoor dining extensions into compliance with the code and the proposed pilot program guidelines and requirements? I got a thumbs up over here. Another one. I got Nicole. Nicole's got a comment. And then Matt and Rachel.
I just kind of get concerned with the amount of staff time that may go into something like this, and recognizing that while everybody loves outdoor dining when you're part of the outdoor dining, it's not clear to me that that's true in terms of how much folks have been working on this, and I just greatly appreciate all the work that's gone into it. But I think my leaning here is really dependent on staff's assessment of the sort of trade-off, right? Applying for grants it takes a lot of time. I think, for sustainability purposes, I would really prefer to not have something that's grant dependent, that could, a program cost, right, that's incorporated that can sustain itself into the future. And I'm just one of 9, so.
But an important part of those 9. Matt, Rachel?
Yeah, so I'd actually take it a little step further instead of partially, I think this is infrastructure that we should completely invest in, given that the fees are then self-perpetuating beyond. And given the lag of the restaurant industry's recovery, this is exactly the kind of investment, this is exactly the kind of stuff ARPA money was designed to serve. We know our restaurants employ lower income and marginalized communities are employed at our restaurants. I mean, it is so fitting for us to make this investment and then let it propagate in perpetuity with those fees. So instead of partial, I would say let's go whole hog into this and really make sure we're investing into the long-term sustainability of our hospitality industry.
Rachel?
Would this investment be citywide, and would it include? I mean, what are we answering with this question? And do you need us to give you a dollar amount, like we had a couple different targets?
We will develop the proposal further based on feedback tonight. We would propose that any grants would be limited to folks who've already demonstrated that they've spent dollars on outdoor dining infrastructure that's now no longer compliant. If we're requiring them to transition to this uniform modular infrastructure, whether it's on private property or public property, we're suggesting that we would make some of these resources available to them if they don't want to participate in a bulk purchase program that would be limited to businesses that are expanding into the public right-of-way.
So one of the earlier questions was, should we extend this beyond downtown? But this question is already extended beyond downtown to answer it. So. And would it apply to restaurants like in strip malls if the developer allows them to, and they've already invested?
If they demonstrate that, yes, they've already invested, we are suggesting that they would be eligible for some grant.
And what about restaurants who maybe weren't allowed to participate because of developers, and it seems like they're boxed out?
Yeah, I'd say that that's an element that we don't have control over.
Okay, so generally supportive, and would want to make sure that it's equitable, maximally.
Great, Tara, and then I'll call myself.
I should have asked this a few questions ago. I don't know where it fits into all the questions, but I was thinking about one of the comments, and I wanted to first thank the community, everybody who wrote back on those surveys. Some of those answers were really great and creative. One of them was that the modulars really don't account for as much creativity per se. Am I correct? Like everything begins to look the same. It has that more corporate look, somebody wrote. And I tend to agree with them. How can we promote creativity downtown and not have everything just look the same? Is my question. Or are you really into the look the same thing, Chris? You might be. I'm not saying it's bad.
Well, community vitality now includes arts and culture. So I would suggest that that is an element that we want to remain flexible to a certain point, and that the infrastructure that we are looking at does have elements that can be customized per business desires. And if there are wood panels that can be painted, there are a number of variables and options available in the infrastructure that we're looking at that will allow folks to be reasonably creative. I think that creative is also can be something that's in the eye of the beholder, and something that might seem really creative to one person might seem quite the eyesore to another. So trying to put some guardrails around that.
If I can just expand on that too, that one of the reasons modularity has been proposed as an initial, not as an only, is because it's faster, and there is a desire to have some ability for current restaurants to really be able to step into that as well. There is a track where people, if they want to be more creative and more unique, that they can do it, but then their track for approval will be slightly elongated. So that will be something that will be a determination made by each business as we move forward. And again, as we continue to staff up, that may change in the future, but for now there was an expediency about modularity that is both a timeliness issue and knowing that there is some customization that could come as well.
Right. Well, I was just going to call myself next, and I'll let you. So I'll just say that I think you're on the right track here. I think if we can get additional grants to help offset the capital costs, fantastic. Maybe we can get assistance from, say, the Downtown Boulder Partnership in applying for those grants to not put too heavy of a burden on staff or look for other assistance. But I think it'd be good to partially subsidize those capital costs. I know we already have some ARPA funding identified, right, to assist with some of this. So that's great. More opportunities would be good if we can find them as well. Any other particular comments on this one? Rachel, I think you had one? No? Okay. We move on. I think we need to go back a slide. Okay. Does council wish to direct staff to take steps necessary to continue or discontinue the temporary West End closure to vehicle traffic as it contemplates the possible addition of a future work plan item to develop a long-term downtown vision that includes shared street concepts? Matt's out of the gate.
Can I ask that maybe we go to the matrix? And because the one question I have is, do we want to, in this particular question, do we want to also answer it by perhaps consolidating those 5 options down to preferred 2 or 3, so that then there's much more focused guardrails for staff in terms of where our eventual maybe preferred direction might go, versus it's still just the whole enchilada of options. And so I'm wondering if there's appetite from anybody on council to take that opportunity embedded in this question to try to, if we can narrow those 5 down to 2 or 3 options.
Are you talking about the one that was earlier in the presentation?
Yes,
that one?
That seems to be the suite of things that are dictated as a function of this. And by saying yes, we're kind of saying yes, but then to some other combinations. And so I'm wondering if council can provide some greater clarity within that scope.
You're proposing entering the matrix. In other words, okay.
I am taking the blue.
All right.
Are you talking about the colored matrix?
Well, I think you're talking about the one that was at the beginning of the presentation. Like, so, can we flip to that quickly? And I'll just mention, I'm happy to take a look at that. I'll just point out that we have, what are we doing for the next few months, and what are we doing longer term? You know, we have to figure out what we're doing for the next few months. We don't have to figure out tonight what we're doing long term. So, Mark.
You know, this one has, appears to be easy. You know, so many people would like to see more pedestrian traffic on the West End. But to me, this is something we ought to be fairly cautious about. I take seriously when we get substantive emails from Jay Olowski, Dave Query, the owner of Jack's, West End Cafe, Centro. Apparently Trident is also interested in returning the West End to normal. And going back to something that Matt said, if we wish to help our restaurants, what's the right thing to do here? And it's not simply whether we want to have car traffic there or not. I'm focused on what's going to be beneficial to our restaurants and that sector. And when you look at the vacancies between 9th and Broadway, I have questions as to the effectiveness of what we're doing. And I don't think we need to necessarily make that decision tonight, you know, yay or nay. I'd like to see more analysis of it. But I would want us to take pretty seriously the comments from some fairly serious restaurateurs, if that's the sector we're most concerned with assisting. So I would simply urge us to go a little bit slowly on that.
Junie?
Mayor, I'm sorry, if I may interrupt, just a reminder to speak into our mics. We've had some fluctuations amongst the speakers if we're doing that as we're coming back in. Thanks.
You might need to turn yours on too before you speak.
Oop.
I was trying to be nice,
idea.
Brenda.
On behalf of the listening audience.
Junie?
So, I don't know which way we are heading. Are we going to look at the matrix? And if we are, I would like for Chris to tell us where to go, because it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 options, but it could be more than 5 options depending on how we're looking at it. So I think it goes back to the question that was just recently asked.
I think we're looking at the matrix up on the screen right now.
Yes, it's the same one I have in front of me as
Yeah.
well. But
And
my
I guess-
question is,
Oh,
how-
sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah.
yeah, so I think we've already done the left-hand column, right? So that we have chosen to continue outdoor dining expansions. I think we've given that feedback. So I think we're looking at the second column, which, as proposed, has three options: to no continued vehicle closure, seasonal only, or just yes.
Okay, okay, okay.
Can I ask a process question?
Yeah, process question, Bob.
I want to make sure we're answering the right question, because I don't know if this right-hand column of the matrix is always and forever, or it's just between now and October, because those are two different questions. If the question is, should we keep West End closed through October while we think more about this, then that's maybe a different answer than are we making a long-term decision now? And I think the question that Chris asked was between now and October, or maybe August, right?
Yeah, well, Matt,
Correct.
do you want to say what you were thinking, and then I'll...
But maybe I was going to clarify is
Oh, now we
I
do.
think we can certainly just answer the decision to October. But my only concern is if we do that decision and then we just sort of walk away and go about our business, have we provided some scope that in the intermediate time, based on that decision, we've narrowed the scope for staff to start thinking about that long term. And I don't want to then come to October and then start to refine this list if we can maybe already chip away at a few of these options and provide a little bit more of a refined list of things for staff to already start to build upon, so that when we do get to that time, we're not starting at 5, we're maybe talking about only 2 or 3 potential options for the long-term possibility. So I just want to like make short and long-term perhaps steps tonight if possible, versus kick the can on the long-term till October and then start that conversation.
Right. I agree with you, although there's only 3 choices, which is yes, no, and seasonal. Because those are our 3 choices in long-term. So I don't know if we can knock one of those out, but we try.
So here's what I'd suggest. Let's start with the what are we doing for the next few months? And then the next question is about what kind of outreach do we want to do? And I think maybe we could then, as part of that, address like, well, what kind of direction are we looking towards, and how do we want to engage the community as we're thinking about that? Could that work? So we'll start with the short term and then talk about what comes next?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, that works. I just hope we come out of this with a little bit more of a narrower scope of long-term possibility. That's all.
Point taken. So with your permission, then let's talk about what are we doing between now and at the end of August or the end of October, kind of depending on whether the
At whenever the end of the public health emergency orders and what we have to do next to extend this if we'd like.
Yeah, so Rachel's hand up first.
Well, so the question that I see is, do we want to continue or discontinue the temporary West End closure during that interim period, right? That's what we're being asked to answer tonight, I think, directly. Yeah?
Yes.
Chris Jones.
What is the desired condition after the emergency orders have ended?
Well,
So
or is
not-
it right,
not-
is it between now
yeah.
and when they end?
No.
No.
Whatever, we were presuming that whatever's out there now will continue. This is all the consideration after emergency orders.
So I had that wrong.
I'm,
Should we go to the
Good.
question then?
So thanks for clarifying that, Rachel.
so we're keeping it closed until,
I mean, unless council
Tin-
wants to provide some direction tonight, that the challenge being, if you were to say after tonight that we want to reopen it to vehicle traffic, we have a lot of obstructions associated with outdoor dining that encroach into travel lanes. So we're suggesting that we know emergency orders will be ending at some point, and we want to work with restaurants to get them inside in an envelope that will work with a reopening of the west end of vehicle traffic if that's the desire of council. If your desire is to keep the west end closed indefinitely in anticipation of a longer planning process, then we don't necessarily have to require restaurants to put in barriers to protect outdoor dining from vehicles. They could expand out into the travel lanes, because that space would be theoretically open and available for other purposes if it's not going to have vehicles. So we do need some direction on, once emergency orders end, what is the envelope that we have to work with for restaurants on the West End specifically, if we're going to be pursuing an outdoor dining program? Do we need to make sure that they are aware that their envelope is within parking spaces, because we need to get that street reopened?
So if I can just ask a clarifying question here, because the question is saying like, wow, we're also talking about longer term, right? So what kind of interim time period are you thinking about here? Because there's like, so there's through August, then there's some next time period, which is about what you're asking about now, and then some longer term future? Where are you seeing those time frames looking like?
So
Be
now I'm
honest.
confused. So we would anticipate that there is a desire to extend the closure on the west end at least through the end of this warm season. So the folks who have tents out there now don't need to remove those until we get into our next timeline.
Can I just pause for a second? Does anybody disagree with that? Right, so it's still closed to vehicles through August at a minimum. Okay, thanks, go ahead.
Then post the end of emergency orders or some sort of, transition time where we get folks from whatever they have now to compliance, because we discussed earlier that maybe we want to have a little bit of a wiggle room even if the emergency orders end. Is there a way that we can allow folks a little bit of time between now and the end of the outdoor eating season to get into compliance? Then what are the conditions after that? So it's really about, what does compliance mean on the west end? Does compliance mean that restaurants need to pull back into available parking spaces so that if this closure is not going to be continuing in perpetuity, that we can actually remove the concrete barriers and traffic can flow and outdoor dining can exist and coexist with that mixed traffic environment.
Okay, so do people want to weigh in on what happens after August? And Matt's chomping at the bit. Well, Terry, you raised your hand there.
Should we go to the slide with the questions? I could tell them.
As you all know, my biggest concern is probably the ADA compliance and making it fair and just making it easier for people that are disabled. And I'm going to go with opening up West Pearl and using the parking spaces for the outdoor dining, because I think besides the pictures of the snow, which were very good pictures, by the way, thank you for those, it reminded me of what it was like in the winter on West Pearl, and it just didn't feel that safe to me, and it was quite messy snow-wise, and also hard for older people, seniors, and disabled to just manipulate themselves around some of the blockades. So for that reason, I'm either going to say yes for opening it, or if you're not going to do that, please seasonal. And please don't keep West Pearl closed. Is that right? Did I say that right? All right.
Well, Chris, thanks for clarifying that issue just temporally with regards to August, and then some past after that, and then the longer term beyond that. So and if I'm just way out of left field here, I would like to still think, can we answer the question in the form of a straw poll between those three options with West Pearl? That's what I'm trying to get at, is how do we refine that beyond October? We know what we're doing till end of August. Then what is the scope beyond that? And so are we just going to straight answer one or answer two? How do we get to, that's what I'm trying to understand.
I guess I do see this as a question that's a little more subtle than just one of three options. So I think it's worth people weighing in a little bit with their thoughts.
Oh, I don't mind. It's not the thoughts. I was just wondering what the outcome is in terms of what are we going to try to settle on.
Well, let's hear from what people's thoughts are, and then we'll try to drive to a direction.
Okay. Fair.
Did you want to?
I will say that I will just answer the question then. I would like to see West Pearl. I would like to have us not consider reopening. I'd like to take that off the table and consider either seasonal or maintaining closure in the long term. So I'd like to narrow the three options down to two in terms of my preference.
Okay, thanks. I think I had Rachel and then Lauren and then Junie.
It feels a little premature to answer the big picture 1, 2, or 3, because I'm hoping we will get more information during the interim between whatever we're doing. I would say that I would not be in favor of reopening until the analysis is done. So that seems like a lot of work, and it's a lot of change, and it would seem like a pain for the restaurants and businesses. So I think to continue the temporary closure until we know what we're doing would be my top choice. I am concerned. I think I have really enjoyed the West End closure, and it seems like it's just been, I think it was Mark, Councilmember Wallach, who said, it seems like all good. Why wouldn't we do it? But the tax numbers that you showed, the revenue and taxes seem to demonstrate that we don't love West End closure. Like, if we're not giving them business, then and we just think it's good, then that's not a favorable outcome to me. So I would definitely like more information on maybe a deeper dive. You said that there were businesses that closed on the relevant blocks, and that might be some explanation of the tax revenue on those blocks. So would like more information there. Do not want to make it worse for businesses that we are trying to help. And also, we have goals to get people out of their cars, and so this is helping towards that goal, and it's climate friendly. If we do continue the closure, I think we need to make it more bike friendly. So there are a lot of questions, maybe it's a WUNRF instead of a full closure. I don't know yet what it should look like, but I think directly to answer the question, keep it closed until we know would be my hope. And then I would hope that we revisit this maybe early and often in the upcoming months. Thanks.
Lauren?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm mostly in alignment with Rachel. I think that, but I do want to bring up an additional thing, which is I don't think I want to see the transition happen in the middle of summer. I think that would be really cause a lot of chaos. As a lot of people mentioned, that's the busiest time for a lot of those businesses. So for me, I think it should stay the same as it is until October. It would be nice to have more information at that point to start considering like what the long-term options are. For me, I would like to see it stay closed, but I do, with the difficulty of 10th not going through and some of the issues that are kind of unique to the urban fabric in that area, I do think that we need to look at that in a really nuanced way. And so maybe, one of the people suggested an area in Kirkland. Park Lane becomes a one-way WUNRF through a restaurant area downtown. And that example seems really successful. And so looking at some potentially one-way with parking that allows us to address some of these issues, maybe for a portion of the street, maybe 10th goes through in one direction or the other, but that still allows more outdoor seating than we have now and is less of a car street than just opening it up. But I also understand that making those changes takes time. That's a big design undertaking. So I think that maybe prior to October, it would be nice to have an idea of what that schedule might look like.
Junie, and then I got Mark, Nicole, and Bob. I saw. We'll all have a chance to talk here.
Thank you, Erin. I think just from hearing my colleagues, I think this is a very hard conversation, or at least even for me, I'm not sure where everybody stands, and that's why earlier I thought maybe some framing for us would have been actually pretty good. And I went back and looked at the matrix as was referred by Matt, and it seems like if we were to say no to both, to continuing outdoor dining and also no to continuing the West End closure, we would get to safety, accessibility, equity, and operations. It would be on the green. So to me, at first, I thought that was a no-brainer. That's what I wanted. But I think we have to also consider other things in the community as well. So I think for me, I would say yes to continued outdoor dining expansion, but no to the continued West End vehicular closure. I think to me, that's the sweet spot. And I'm wondering if that's what you're looking from council members, because from everyone else, I heard so many different things. I heard seasonal, based on West End closure and seasonal based on expansion, so I don't really know where people stand. And I'm wondering, do you really understand what we all are saying? Because we each are giving you different answers.
Junie, your answer was the clearest based on the materials provided, so thank you. I'd say that I will maybe want to go back and repeat repeat a summary of what I've heard if we're not feeling like there's clear guidance, but I guess I want to hear from everybody. And if you could follow Junie's example, no, just kidding.
Or not.
All right, I think I saw Mark next, and then Nicole.
You know, my concern is that there are simply too many things that we don't know. I don't know why all of those restaurateurs I mentioned earlier, with the exception of Pasta J, all are outside of the barriers and seem to be thriving. And if you go inside the barriers, we have a number of places that have gone out of business. So again, if the premise is how do we support our restaurant community, I would like to know why that is the case. Why have we had so many businesses failing inside the barriers and so many restaurateurs outside the barriers wanting us to take the barriers down? Those are things we just don't know, and I'd like to get a little more analysis on that before we make the final determination as to whether it's open, closed, seasonal, not seasonal. I'm delighted to be in the matrix, but I think we need a little more conventional guidance and analysis in terms of coming to those conclusions. By the way, Matt, can we call you Neo now? Sorry.
Nicole and Bob, and then I'll go.
Thank you. I'm just going to start out by following Junie's example and saying that in the decision matrix, I am also a yes for outdoor dining and a no on the West End closure. And, you know, I think this is really hard for me because I really love, I love being down there. I love the idea of closing off streets. I love the idea of having more of our city that doesn't have vehicles in it. And, you know, I agree with Rachel and Lauren that change is hard, right? So if we were to go to a place where we're ending the seasonal closure, or sorry, ending the vehicular closure when the emergency order ends, or sometime shortly after, while we think about how we could do a bigger vehicle closure, right, that is hard. It's a bit of yo-yoing for the businesses that are there, right? If we were to ultimately go back to deciding, yes, we do want to close some of these areas. But one of the things that was coming to mind as I was thinking about this and preparing for the meeting tonight is something called the marshmallow test that we use a lot in cognitive psychology and neuroscience. And I wonder what it is, you know, that we would gain if we put some more thought and time, even if it meant reopening to vehicles, right? But if we put the thought and time into creating something really intentional downtown, where we could address some of these access issues, where we could give businesses some time to prepare for what might be a longer-term closure. That feels right to me. I really think that we could get something wonderful here where we could close off more of those streets downtown or make them have less car traffic or things like that if we allowed you all some time to think about how to do that in an intentional way. There was a part in the packet that I just loved about allowing staff to pursue a holistic, broad, and intentional vision for downtown Boulder. Coming off of the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan discussion last week too, just really gave me a sense of what we can do as a community when we put the time into it. And I love the idea of putting some time into it. But I also think that opening it back up is the right thing to do while we make that decision. And I just sort of one other comment along those lines. We have so many crises that we're trying to deal with right now. Housing, wildfire, homelessness, all kinds of things. Adding something, I don't even think we can add something to the work plan right now, right? You were talking about it being a future work plan item in the memo. So that is on my mind as well, that this is a long-term thing that we're headed toward. But I think we've definitely gotten some feedback from the community that it's something that they would like us to explore.
Bob?
Some of you know that I kind of groove on Boulder history. This conversation reminds me of the conversation that the Boulder City Council had in these very chambers in 1976 about whether to close Pearl Street. And there was a huge raging debate, and businesses along Pearl Street said, no, don't close Pearl Street, you'll put us out of business, and where will people park, and lots and lots and lots of stuff. And now we look back 50 years later, and we've got probably the most successful pedestrian mall in the world. Now, is 6 blocks 50% better than 4? I have no idea. I'm not an expert in these things, but these very discussions were happening 50 years ago, and I suspect they'll be happening for at least a few more months. I guess I come out where Matt and Rachel and a few other people do. I don't know what the long-term solution is, but I guess my inclination, because we have businesses that are out there, that have been made investments, we have community members, we seem to have a majority of businesses and community members who are supporting continued closures. So I guess I think we have a lot of work to do. You have a lot of work to do, sorry. But I would keep it closed until we make those decisions. If we can make those decisions in 4 to 6 months, that's great. If it takes longer than that, then we should do that rather than reopening. Because I suspect if we reopen, we will never close it again. I mean, we'll be talking for years and years and years, and we will never close it again. So let's seize what we have. We have people who have made investments. We have majority community members, a majority of businesses who like this, notwithstanding the 2 or 3 emails we got today. And take the time it takes. If it takes 2 months, that's great. If it takes 2 years, that's fine. But we should keep this closed until such time as we can make an informed and thorough decision. Along those lines, a couple things that I would like to get from your team, Chris, include some more detailed tax info, because as Matt observed, and I know our Convention Visitors Bureau observed, the last businesses to recover are restaurants. And they're lagging hotels and other hospitality industries. And so I think the tax information we had was kind of aggregated. I'd like to see more detailed information about, I know we don't disclose tax information on a per business basis as confidential, and you keep it confidential, but I'd like to understand on a per restaurant basis, how are they doing compared to 2019, using 2019 as the baseline on a business by business basis. Because I think we aggregate west end of town versus east end of town, there's a lot of masking that's going on. Businesses are closing. There's more restaurants in the west than there are in the east. So to say that the west is slow in recovery may just be because of the fact that there's more restaurants there. And so I would look at it on a business by business basis and have that analysis done. I'd also like to, Mark made a comment, there's a lot of businesses that have closed on West Pearl. There's a lot of businesses that have closed on the bricks. There's a lot of businesses have closed on East Pearl, and we could rattle through them all. And I don't know who wins that competition, but we have a lot of businesses that have closed. So I think I'd like a scientific analysis rather than an anecdotal one about which businesses have closed and where, rather than just kind of saying, well, this one closed or that one closed. Let's go through and take the time and do that scientifically. I would like us to evaluate access, because I think there is a solution there. I don't think access is super, super important, arguably the most important factor we need to consider here, because if we have members of our community who cannot avail themselves of this wonderful thing, then we haven't done our jobs. But I think there are solutions there where we can allow all members of our community to access this really, really cool thing. And I wouldn't want a lack of creativity to stand in the way and say, well, geez, we couldn't figure it out, so I guess we're just going to have to throw our hands up and walk away. And then finally, the other thing I'd like to have more information about, we've kind of thrown seasonality in the middle of this, almost as like a compromise point, like it's, well, if you don't like yes and you don't like no, how about we just do this seasonally? And that doesn't make a whole lot of logical sense to me. I'd like to hear the logical reasons why seasonality is a good thing, because seasonality occurs to me involves at least 2 transitions per year, and that's a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of expense. So I'd like to understand why seasonality is a good thing. Maybe it is a good thing, but I haven't heard that. I haven't seen that yet, other than it's halfway between yes and no. And I want it to be a little bit more rational than that. I'd like to know why is seasonality a better thing for businesses and a better thing for the community. Maybe there is, but I haven't heard them yet. So that's where I am. So I'd say, I know that was a long-winded answer. I'm agreeing with those who said, let's keep it closed until we figure it out.
Okay, I think I'm the only one who hasn't addressed it yet. So I'll just say, I mean, this is a challenging one because there's a difference of opinion, right, of the businesses that are located down there. And some have seen some great successes with the current situation. Some have seen some real challenges. I've spoken to some of those restaurateurs, and I get that. I will say that of community members that I've heard from, I think just about all of them that I've talked to have really enjoyed the outdoor dining and the West Pearl closed to cars. I feel like it's generally been a popular thing in the community. And personally, I love having some additional space that's not available to cars, and it's a pedestrian area. So I think that's really lovely and has been really successful. So I think that if we have an opportunity to collaborate and co-create a vision for this area that can be unique, not just the Pearl Street Mall 2.0, but that could incorporate some European concepts like Rachel was talking about. Like there are Parisian market streets that are like closed in the morning because the vendors are out selling all the time. Then they're open for deliveries for a few hours, and then they close it again, and there are tables out all evening. So I think there are a lot of potential different possibilities for this area that could be unique and really beautiful and wonderful. That does take a little bit of time to work on. So I'm going to end up. I think Rachel said it well, and then I think Bob you gave the one sentence, which is let's. I would say keep it closed while we figure it out. But with the caveat about access, which is, I think, a really, really important one. Tara spoke to that well. And I think the possibility of like something quicker along 10th Street, I think, is really interesting. Like, are there more tactical interventions that we could make that would only take a few months to figure out that would get us, 10 handicap parking spots and 6 pickup and drop-off spots as a way to allow people with mobility challenges to be able to get close to this wonderful area of town. So that would be my ask while we try to figure out larger things, is to see could we do something in the shorter term with that. And so that's my bit. Rachel, you had a follow up.
Just a clarifying question for Nuria.
Yeah. Sure.
And
were you rolling your eyes at us? That's not the question.
No.
I just saw like
I'm just seeing a lot of ass, and
yeah, right.
We'll talk about that in a bit.
Yeah.
All right, great. So my question, I hope it's not an ask, but at the retreat, I had lifted up as one of my 5 like COVID silver linings, and one was working through outdoor restaurants and West End expansion, and I thought I was told that's already part of the work plan. So just want to clarify, because it was said like we're not adding to the work plan, and my understanding is this is on.
It is in general terms, and I appreciate the question, truly, Rachel. I think that when we were thinking about it, we certainly were thinking about initially the ask that you all had posed to us is what happens with outdoor dining. It seems that we cannot speak about outdoor dining without speaking about the closure of West End, and that is a bigger conversation, and I want to be really honest about that. I, too, appreciate it. I think that's a really good thing. I think what you have given us here is really good direction, that there is a general desire to sort of open up streets more and to allow for more creativity and to look for other options, not just downtown, but frankly in other neighborhoods and in other parts of the city. But I gotta say that as we're looking for that, and this is again, good direction to go, there is the practical concern, and I try to be very honest with everyone, there's a practical consideration of what needs to be done. There are state laws that regulate what we can or cannot do in certain places. We will need to get business compliance on fencing and containment, or they will start to get tickets, not by us, but by the state regulators. We have to work and figure out, it was easier to do in COVID, right? Figuring out what we need to do post-COVID when emergency orders aren't there is going to be something that we're gonna take back and figure out how to come to you all with an ordinance that can fast track something, but it will not fast track everything. And then there's the bigger conversation, frankly, and I know Bob and I have talked about it and you all have mentioned it. There are larger conversations to be had here about the future of downtown and the vision for downtown and what does that look like. And some conversations that happened certainly well before I arrived, but that are much more intricate and involved. And there are things that are simply, we don't have the capacity to do in this year's work plan. So what I'm hearing in the conversation and when we talked about those silver linings, and I think I started with that, is that we knew that the outdoor pilot on the right now in downtown was something that we could probably come forward. We were working on that. We're going to move forward. How do we get to the other aspects are something that we also want to move forward, because we have certainly heard from you all and from community members that some longer term, more expanded beyond downtown vision of what does it look like to have these kind of outdoor dining all around. I won't say the name of it, but my favorite beverage place is one that actually is not downtown and is currently occupying a parking structure. So I have warned staff to let me know well in advance before I have to clutch my pearls and figure out what the future of that looks like. But I think that we know that we want to move forward in a different direction. And part of that will be saying we're not going to do it now. Our work plan is we've got to build that conversation and that engagement with community and figure out what exactly you want us to do in the future, which will be broader. So some things we're going to do now, some things we're going to continue to look at. But even if we had all the capacity in the world to start now, I think this is a project that is a longer duration than would allow for the short term. I don't know if that answers that question correctly.
It's helpful context.
Yeah.
So we all kind of spoke to this is a complex topic, and you heard that in our words. I heard probably 5 people who would like to keep this open while we're exploring the next phases. People tell me if you disagree with having gotten that gist. But
You have to clarify. Keep it open as
well, I think of it as keeping it open to pedestrians. So keeping it closed to cars while we figure out next steps. Did I get that right? It seemed like a kind of a bare majority on that one. But recognizing that this is a complex topic with pros and cons, and we got to figure out some next steps, and we'll work on it together.
Appreciate that. And what I also heard was come back to us often. And I think that's our next step, is getting more information, continuing to work on it, figuring out step by step. One of our next steps will be what happens if we don't have a reason to keep emergency orders viable past August. What is our next step? And we'll want to talk to you about it. We'll also need to talk to our CAO staff about what does it mean to get an ordinance fast-tracked and figure out what it looks like for particular areas. So we hear you when we should come back, and we will try to do that as fast as we can.
Appreciate that. We do have one last question. But Junie, would you like to speak first?
No, not to that question. I think my comment is, I know earlier you mentioned that you did talk to the businesses in the area of the West Pearl. Is that when you come back to us with that information, I would like to see specifically those businesses, how they are impacted. Because Bob just asked you to bring back tax information for these businesses, how they are impacted as opposed to the whole, because it's gonna be skewed. Because there's more businesses in other areas, so we need to know the impact of keeping this particular area close to these businesses. Thank you.
Yep, Tara.
Likewise. I would also like to know from the businesses, there's going to be a difference in summer versus winter, and January and February. And I'm super concerned about January and February coming up again. I know, Bob, that you can't see any reasons why to close it, change things seasonally, but I think we should. And we've talked about this because I don't understand why we would close West Pearl or keep it open, close it to cars in the winter when that's when we really need, when it's really cold and snowy and when a lot of people want to do takeout and want to grab things quickly, and nobody's going to be walking around in sub-zero temperatures, or very few people are. So that's why I would like us to still consider seasonally opening West Pearl to cars in the cold months. I'm just going to say that.
And I think we can talk about that when we come back to it next, right? I mean, that we've not precluded that. Did I see a hand, Nicole?
Are we on the last question about additional community engagement?
But first, I think Teresa's got something.
Before we get too far down the road of sales tax disclosure, I just do want to be clear that, we can break that aggregate information up in some granular ways, but what we're not going to be able to do is to give you individual numbers for businesses.
Mhm.
The law simply prohibits that. It would be very informational, but we can't do it. But what we can do is look at what different kinds of granular ways can we break this up, perhaps by geography, perhaps by month, that kind of thing. So just wanted to make sure we were understanding your expectations and able to meet those.
Thanks for clarifying that. All right, last question. What additional community engagement does council desire moving forward regarding the pilot program and the temporary west side closure to vehicle traffic? Nicole?
I know I kept bringing up the racial equity instrument every time we've talked about this, I think, so far. I am really interested in having that applied especially to the West End closure, and just to let you know where I'm coming from. To me, I'm hearing that this is a pretty significant ask to figure out what we're going to do long term, as well as just to maintain the closure, right? And what I think about is who's benefiting from that, and who's not benefiting. Where in our community are those resources, or could those resources be directed either in ways that are more aligned with our work plan or more aligned with our racial equity goals? Because when I go downtown, there's a specific group in our community and visitors who are using downtown space. It is not a space that feels welcoming to certain groups in our community. And so when I think about engagement, that's what I'm thinking about, is if we're going to be keeping this closed, if we're going to be working on that area, how are we designing it in a way that's going to draw more of our community downtown? And how can we really make it a truly public space for our community?
Just calling myself. I think finding out who it benefits, I think, is a really important question. So thanks for that part of that, Nicole. And then I would just say I would love to get a little bit of a better sense of the community as a whole. I don't know, I know you're busy, so but you asked the question, so I'll just throw it out there. Is to get a sense from the general population of people in all demographics, and what would you love to see with outdoor dining and the West End? Yes, Junie.
I just want to thank Nicole for her comment. I subscribe to them, and maybe part of that as well is to think about minority and small businesses that are in that area and the impact of the closure on them. But thank you, Nicole, for bringing that up.
Any other thoughts on this, or? All right, seeing none, then Chris, how we doing? What do you feel like you've gotten some direction?
Oh yes.
I won't ask whether you like the direction that you.
No, this is exactly the conversation we need to have. I would say that there are still a lot of unknowns, as Nuria mentioned, while none of this is in the work plan, we do have a number of folks who know that we need to be figuring these things out. And a lot of folks from a lot of different departments have been spending a lot of time on top of their regular work plans to bring this work to you tonight. And it sounds like we'll be back again in the not too distant future to keep the conversation moving. So we will look forward to sharing future results with you in the not too distant future.
Well, and we appreciate that work over and above and beyond very, very much. And I think the recommendations you made, the analysis you provided were fantastic. So huge kudos to you and to the whole team and everybody who's been involved.
No, thank you, yes. And thanks to the folks who are still here. They've been taking lots of notes. So if I didn't quite capture it, I know that they did. So thank you to the Community Vitality team especially.
Yes, thanks so much. All right, well, with that, we got one more item left, which I guess is just basically me to kick this off. Unless, Nerd, do you want to frame it at all?
Well, all I wanted to say, I think the last time we met about the library district, there was a conversation about perhaps staff touching base with Boulder County. Thank you, Chris. With Boulder County and the commissioners, and invited you to participate in that conversation, Mayor, and perhaps invite you now to share with your colleagues what that update would be.
Thanks so much. And I'll just frame it for folks. I'm going to provide information about that discussion, then I will be asking for some feedback from council on next steps, but hopefully that can be relatively quick. So Commissioner Claire Levy and I met together along with Chris Meschuk and Michelle Krizik from the County Commissioner staff. And, we had a good conversation where we talked through all the different issues involved with the library district. I think, as you may have heard at their meeting, they did not pass a resolution. So, of course, we passed a resolution by a vote of 6-3 to form a library district. They did not pass a resolution at their meeting. And what I heard from Claire was that they really are looking for a funding model where the city is still responsible for a large percentage of the funding for the library out of its general fund. So she mentioned a 1 mil as a number that would be acceptable to them for a library district. We, as you know, our resolution included a 3.8 mil number, although it doesn't necessarily have to be that number that goes on the ballot, but in our discussions, I said my understanding is that you can't really go below 3 or maybe slightly over 3 and still fund the library district out of the mill levy. Sorry, fund the library system out of the mill levy for the library district. So she indicated that there was maybe some flexibility on the 1 mill number, but that 3 was essentially right out. And I think she did have a chance to talk some to her colleagues in the last few days, and that seems to be a consensus position of the commissioners, not a formal decision, but seems to be generally where they're leading. We also had the question of, well, if we didn't form a library district, but we continued funding it from the city's approach, could the county contribute some funding? Because I think, as we know, one of the goals of the district project is to align the users of the library system with the funders of the library system. So, hey, could the county potentially contribute some general fund money of theirs? I did not hear interest in doing so. It sounds like the county commissioners are not interested in providing a general fund contribution to the library system, and for reasons having to do with that being primarily property tax based across their entire county. So I think where we ended up was with as I read the majority of city council that passed that resolution, of needing something in the 3 range on the mill levy, and the commissioners seeing 1 to maybe a little bit more, but not close to 3. So it's not seeming like we're getting anywhere, unfortunately. So that's sort of the disappointing news I have to report, is that we had a good conversation, we worked together in good faith, but at the end of the day, it seems like we're still quite far apart. So I think unless I think a majority of council would like to direct us next to say, you know what, hey, fine, let's look at 1.5 mils as a valid alternative, we probably are not going to be able to go the resolution route with the city and the county. So that's what I got. Questions, or Rachel?
Do you want comments?
Well, sure.
I'm happy to hold my comment until after questions.
No,
if you
any
prefer.
questions first? You do want to? No? Okay, comments.
I guess just getting straight to the point, I would probably just put it to bed. We're too far apart, and I would give the library champions the direction or whatever they need to know that we're not going to be able to do this with the commissioners.
Thanks. I thought I saw Matt, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know what the library champions are going to actually do, so they may put something on the ballot, regardless of what we put forward. Maybe we come to some agreement, they'll still maybe do their thing, so without predetermining that outcome. I am curious if because Claire did mention when we were in a joint meeting that the 2.72 was of interest, because she had the argument that as assessments go up, that money goes up. And is that even a baseline for us to even have a starting place? Is that mill covered the existing costs of the libraries, just from a basic baseline? And are you saying that they can't even go over 1.5? I was just trying to see, is there a place to get to just, can we get to basic operating, and then all the extra stuff is to be determined at a later date as it, maybe accumulates money?
Well, so let me be clear. The interest was in 1 mill, and there was an intention that was said we could maybe talk about something larger, but not close to 3. That's what I heard. So I threw out 1.5 as an example, but that actually was not a number that was used by Claire or another commissioner.
I mean, you were in there. If you feel that it's just too far apart, we're done. I agree with Rachel. We should just put it to bed and let the library champions take this to the voters and see what happens and cross that bridge.
Any other comments? Mark?
Has anybody spoken to the library champions? Do we know if they intend to put it on the ballot?
They sent out an email to a listserv that indicated they were going to start collecting signatures, so I would assume that's their intent, but I don't have that directly from them.
It's not a heavy lift on the signature collection. So I assume if they want to do that, they are free to do that.
Yeah, they are. And to be clear, I mean, I read that same email, and it does seem like those library advocates intend to bring forward a petition if we cannot go the resolution route. But that would be out of our hands, right? That would be independent individual citizens moving that forward. But it does seem like they intend to do that. So I guess, unless I'm hearing differently, unfortunately, this would be the end of the resolution route. So great work, everybody, in attempting to make that function, but doesn't look like it's going to work out this year with the commissioners. And yeah, and things in particular, I mean, we've we've spent a lot of staff time, David Farnan and his group, and Chris Meschuk, other people across the organization, put a lot of effort into getting us to this point, but we'll see what happens next. So, but thank you for all of your work, staff. Appreciate it very much. All right, well, I guess that's what we got on that. Sorry, I don't have better news on that one. But any last thoughts for tonight's meeting? Seeing none, great to be back together in person. Good meeting, everybody. Appreciate the discussion. And at 10:05, I'll gavel is closed.